Close the doors of your mind from all carnal will, all carnal thought, all emotions, all desires, all fears, all laziness, all doubt. Anything in the center of your mind that doesn't allow your body to come to balance, your mind, your thoughts, your consciousness, to come to balance to where you can focus. But today is a day of freedom. Today is a day of warning. Today is a day that Yahuwah has given to us as a gift to everyone who has breath in their body on earth. For we are undeserving of any barak or any blessings that we have. For all things have been given to us in a temporary basis, that we may understand what it's like to have nothing. For naked I came into the world, and naked I'm going to leave. When a child is born and he comes out of his mother's womb, all you see is blood and water. And he comes out naked, still attached to the umbilical cord that sustained his life. But then when a person leaves this world, all the things you acquire in this life, all the material possessions, all the family, all of the memories, you have to leave them all behind when you go to the next life to meet your maker, and your life is reviewed, and you're able to see the good and the evil, your past, your mistakes, and your triumphs, and the things that you allowed to happen, and the things that you prevented from happening. So as we move forward, we're going to move forward in love, ahab, fikri amor, ahambu. We're moving forward in kindness, ahab, joy, peace, patience, meekness, temperance, amuna, forgiveness and mercy and compassion, not only for ourselves but for others, not only for the creatures of the earth and the animals but for others, not only for the birds, kindness for the birds, but also for ourselves and others, and not only for the kindness toward the insectoids, the fishes of the sea, fowls of the air, creeping thing, but also for ourselves and for others. For everyone is deserving to understand what that is. So we give this diyun, we give all honor, and we acknowledge the one who made all of the hard and in the heart of the earth, the one who sits in the highest Shamayim above the seventh Shamayim and above the Shabai Shamayim with his Ben Yahusha, who sits at his right hand, who helps govern the seven Shamayims, and through the Rakia, through the cosmos, through all the way to the surface of the earth, to the center of the earth, who gives life and who takes it away, the one who wounds, who kills, who makes alive, the one who allows our hands to open and our hands to close, the one who gives us our thoughts and our consciousness, and the one who allows our thoughts and our consciousness to leave, the one who can restore and the one who can take away, the creator of all things, Yahuwah Elohim. So this yom, as we move forward, we forget those things which are behind, and we press forward toward the high calling, the higher calling. So this is the Nazarene acts of the Shalakim, both good and righteous. It says, hence, since so many false erratic religions have been introduced into the world, so you look at all these different religions in the world. You can go on Google and you probably can look them up. If you scroll through books or any type of database, your life will probably be over by the time you finish. But it says, we have been sent as good merchants, bringing unto you the worship of the true Yahuwah, the true Elohim, Yahuwah, handed down from the fathers. From what fathers? Handed down from Adam, handed down from Methuselah, handed down from Shem and Sah, handed down to Nuach, handed down through the generations of Abraham, Isaac, Yaakov, handed down through the generations, even to Yusuf, the guardian of Yahusha, handed down to this present day. And said, and preserved as the seeds of which we scatter these among you. and place it in your choice to choose what seems to be right. So some people think, oh, you're on a screen, you're on a computer, or you're on a PowerPoint, or you're not scattering seeds, or you don't have a camera in your face, you're not scattering seeds. When Yahuwah scattered seeds, nobody saw it. Nobody saw when he sent his son from the highest Shamayim and came here to the earth, and it was darkness over the whole Aras. And he said, let there be order. Did you see it? Did you see when it happened? Did you see his face? Did you see a similitude? No, only thing they heard was a voice in darkness. Baraka is he who have not seen but still believe. It says, and placed it in your choice to choose what seems to be right. It says, for if you receive those things which we bring, you will not only be able to escape the incursions of demons, but also to drive them away from others. So these demons, these Shadim, came into the world through Shemjaza, Azazel, Asbal, the 200 fallen, Amarok and Amaros, and the mating with the women, and creating giants, how you say, beings in the earth. And by creating these beings, these giants, these sons of Elohim, these offspring, these extensions of them, when they died during the flood, they turned into evil spirits in the world. And these demons, these evil spirits, these demons are still here to this day. At night, when you go to sleep at night, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, they're here. It says, and at the same time, we will obtain the reward of ages good things. But those who refuse to receive those things which are spoken by us will be subject to, in this present life, to diverse demons of disorders of sicknesses, and their spirits after their departure from the body will be tormented forever. For Yahuwah is not only good but also just. So when you leave this life, these demons follow you because they're in the unseen world. You're still in the physical reality. So when you leave this world, they're going to be right with you. It says right here, for if he were always good and never just to render to everyone according to his deeds, goodness would be found to be injustice. For if it were injustice, if the disobedient and the obedient were treated alike, so you don't even treat your children alike. Your children do something wrong and one doesn't, they're treated a little differently. Yaakov Balov, Esau, Asu, hated. Why he hated Asu? Because he lay with a betrothed, he defiled his brother's bed, he lay with a betrothed, he killed Nimrod. What else did he do? He despised his birthright. He did more than one thing. But all these are all a part of it. All these are a part of it. So the whole point, we're trying to get the incursions of demons, the poverty demons, because there are poverty demons out here, the lust demons, sex demons. All these are all spirits. Jealousy demons, envy demons, rivalry demons, slander demons, gossip demons. These are all demons. They're all shadim. They all have power over the tongue and the mouth. Rumor demons. That's all they are. They're spirits. So this is Mashali Proverbs 8, 1-7. Does not wisdom call? Hukmah, wisdom? Does not understanding raise her voice? On the heights beside the way, at the crossroads, she takes her stand. Beside the gates in front of the town, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. At the entrance of the portals, at the entrance of the gates, she cries aloud. To you, O men, I call, and my cry is to the children of Adam. Right? So it's to all people on the earth, to the children of Adam. O simple ones, learn prudence. O fools, learn sense. Hear, for I will speak noble things, and from my lips will come what is right. For my mouth will utter truth. Wickedness is an abomination to my lips. So look at all this world, look at all the wickedness that's been, how you say, it's not an abomination to people's lips. And all the wisdom and kukma that's not being spoken. We see more slander and gossiping and lying being spoken more than the truth. More babbling more than the bar. more than the words of Yahuwah, when the inspiration or the enlightenment on the intellectual properties of the one's consciousness. We don't see that in the world today. So therefore, men and women have defiled themselves. He say, so all you fools, or he say, stupid people, learn sense. And all you, he said, learn prudence. Learn to be prudent. Learn what? He said, does not wisdom call? Does not understanding raise her voice? That word for understanding is tabun. Tabun. And it means what? Understanding, intelligence. He said wisdom raises her voice, right? But he said understanding, intelligence raises her voice as well. So wisdom and understanding, they have when they speak, they have understanding and intelligence, and their faculty of understanding, and their understanding, they understanding insight, the object of knowledge, reason, skillfulness, and understanding, intelligence. Intelligent people, intelligence is what created everything you see. Intelligence and wisdom and understanding is what allow things to be established. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom, and understanding is to depart from evil. To depart from what? From mistreating human beings, from mistreating the animals, from mistreating yourself, from not doing righteousness in everything. Not only to righteousness for yourself, to yourself, righteousness to other people that you meet along the way, and righteousness to the animals and the creatures of the earth, and how you treat the earth. But man has destroyed the earth. Man has destroyed the earth for some commerce. Man has destroyed the earth for some commerce. They'd rather cut down 1,000 trees in the forest and stack up and make a bunch of cardboard boxes so you can get packages in the mail. Even Shalom would say, of course they use that wood for fire, but you don't cut down good trees, fruit-bearing trees for fire. He said, man, how can one keep warm when they're alone? How are you gonna do that? See, that's the thing. They give you replacements for things that were always here, because the body generates heat. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. Skillful understanding. So the word for on the heights, beside the way, that word for heights, they say it cries along the heights, along the way. That word for heights is maroon. He said it cries at the heights, at an elevation, right? Because he said that in the last days, he said what? The mountain of Yahuwah is going to be established in the top of the mountains and exalted above every single hill on the earth, every single mountain, and every nation, all people shall flow to it. He said, does not Hukmah cry at the elevations? Matter of fact, wisdom and understanding cries. He say tabun. He says at an altitude, an elevated place, dignity, haughty. It says lofty and upward. He said wisdom cries upward in a high place. People saying, why does Yahuwah cry from the highest Shamayim, above the 7 heavens, above the Shaba'i Shama'ims? Because when he speaks, he said, does not wisdom cry? Tabun cry? And understanding cry? His intelligence? Because if you had intelligence, when somebody does you wrong and the oppressor do you wrong, or the oppressor that's within your gates, or the oppressor standing on a pulpit of wood, or the oppressor inside of these buildings, the oppressor, and when they do you wrong, and they oppress the poor, he said, if you cry unto me, because intelligence understands that. He said, if you cry unto me, Yahuwah said, their judgment will come speedily. I'll surely hear your voice. But if you ain't got no intelligence, then guess what happens? You ain't gonna cry. You ain't got no wisdom to know that you can cry and you can be delivered. But it says it cries in a lofty place above. It says what? It says it cries on what? On the heights beside the way at the crossroads. That word for crossroads is an atid. It means what? Pathway. The path. It says trample, to beaten, to pathway. It also cries along the pathway. Even Jeremiah 6:16, Jeremiah, it says, stand ye in the ways and see, and that's for the ancient way. Where's the good way? When you find it, you find rest in your soul. Look at all the pathways. He said, there's not hukmah, wisdom, and understanding crying at an elevated place in the heights. in the pathways to what? Wisdom and understanding. What? It even cries in the gates. Beside the towns, besides the gates and the towns, it's still crying. In elevated places, crying. At the pathways, wisdom cries. At the gates of in front of the town, it cries. That word for gates is sha'ar. The gates, the entrance, the gate, the door, the temple court, a public meeting place. He said it even cries there. Wisdom cries everywhere. It cries on the top of the mountains. It cries in an elevated place. Man, wisdom and understanding cries along the pathway. Man, it even cries at the gates of a building. Wisdom crying everywhere. And understanding. It's everywhere, right? It says beside the gates of the town, that word for town is Qahalath. In the city, man, it's even crying in the city. He said, that wisdom, wisdom, understanding, crying in the city, in the pathways, in the elevated place. So where are you at? He said, wisdom cries everywhere. He said, why would you stop it? Why would you? He said, why would you try to stop it? It says, beside the gates in front of the town, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. That word for cries aloud, he said, at the entrance of the portals, what? She cries aloud. Because if people don't know that, the portal is a door. When you go open a door, that's a gateway. That's a portal gateway. Or they call it a nexus. Right? When you walk down a hallway and you go down a hotel hallway and you got doors on the left and on the right, that's the nexus. And then guess what? Each door on the left and the right, you can pick which door you want to go in. And I suggest you don't. Right? Because one door could be a harlot, a whore. One door could be a person with a gun. One door could be something you don't want to see. And most of those doors are occupied. So you start looking at all the choices you make in life, and you go to the left and the right, just understand you're going to encounter somebody if you go to the left and the right, and those doors are occupied. And whether they invite you in and you enjoy what you see inside of those doors, it's better to stay straight ahead and focus on the door right in front of you, because that door is locked. But here we go. But it says right here, it says, beside the gates of the towns, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. That word for cry aloud is ranan. It means to giving a ringing cry, to cry out, to give a ringing cry. Man, wisdom will do that. Wisdom and understanding cries out. A ringing cry, exhortation of wisdom. Because a person that cries out has hukmah. They have binah. They have da'at. To give a ringing cry, to ring out, to sing out. Say, can you sing? Be like, I can't sing. I don't know how to sing. That's not true. It says to shout, to be joyful. He said wisdom does this. He said, Renan, man, he said it cries aloud at the gates of the town, at the entrance of the portals. At the entrance of the portals. At the entrance of the portals. We're looking at these portals that we're traveling in now. First, third, fourth, sixth portal. Right, we're in the sixth portal. We're getting ready to move into the first portal again. Going into spring. Moving out of the winter solstice, and now we're in late winter, and now we're moving towards the time of the transition again. Right? So this mostly Proverbs 8 through 13. All the words of my mouth are righteous, and there is nothing twisted or crooked in them. They are all straight to him who understands. So anything, he said, anything, if you understand it, this is straight for you. Just like going down a hallway of doors, and he said, man, it's all straight for you. And write to those who find knowledge, if you find it. Take my instructions instead of silver, and knowledge rather than gold. For wisdom is better than jewels. Hukmah is better than jewels. Why? Because you know when to cry out. Wisdom is better than jewels. Wisdom established the ends of the earth, made every single sedimentary piece of sand on the ground. Matter of fact, it made every single sedimentary, you pick a handful of beach sand. It made every single sand. It knows them all by name, worldwide, globally, on the whole earth. Hukmah, Yahuwah's wisdom, understanding, understands all consciousness of all creatures and animals, from the insectoid from the praying mantis, what they call it, to the actual black widow spider. He even gives them consciousness to make even a sphere that the spider can actually weave itself in and not even be caught. Right, he does that. He gave the consciousness to the manatees and the crocodiles and the alligators. He did that. He said wisdom did that. And it keep going, it says, and all that you may desire cannot compare with her. I mean, you can't, anything you desire, whether it's a man or a husband, a wife, money, cars, houses, cryptocurrency, a flying car, a flying vehicle, a rocket, a stealth fighter jet. Anything you may desire in this world, all these things that people desire in this world, he said you can't even compare it to it. A Mach 10 train, traveling through the galaxy and the cosmos in a space shuttle, a spaceship that uses electromagnetic energy on 2 wings. And it uses all plasma energy to actually travel through. And traveling through wormhole, he said anything you can desire. Because men desiring these things today. Traveling to the center of the earth. Right? He said nothing can be compared to it. Nothing. Innumerable riches. You can have an infinite money. It's not even compared to Yahuwah's wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. To receive the crown of life. It's not even compared. Because our wisdom dwell in prudence. He say, all you people, he say, learn prudence. And I find knowledge in discretion. The fear of Yahuwah is his hatred of evil. See, people saying, what? So what do I need to do? You need to hate. People say, I want to be a hater. I said, this is what you need to be. Be a hater of evil, Ra. People doing people evil, Ra. You yourself doing other people evil, Ra. Start hating that. Be a hater. Be a hater of Ra, evil. Be a hater of people speaking evil, slandering and gossiping and lying. Be a hater of that. And arrogance and pride. Be a hater of that. Be a hater of that. Of adultery and fornication and breaking up people's households. Be a hater of that. Start hating that. Children born out of wedlock, abortion. Start hating that. Cutting down, destroying the earth and destroying the planet. Destroying the earth. Be a hater of that. Stop hating. Hating people that do that. Because hatred of evil. Because the earth is a living organism. It lives. It inquires to Yahuwah. Sometimes the earth even talks to Yahuwah. Even the Shemesh Kuvim in the yard, they talk to Yahuwah. It's a living being. He says, start hating that. He says, what? Pride. He says, fear of Yahuwah is hatred of pride, arrogance, and the evil and perverted speech I hate. So you look at all this perverted speech today. All this all this evil, and all this pride and arrogance. So, we talked about arrogance and pride. He said, you gay. Right? You got all this pride, arrogance, in an overwhelming way for your own accomplishments. Overbearing, like you continually overbearing with it. It's arrogance. He said, man, these are all arrogant. This is all things that Yahuwah hates. But we all say all the words in my mouth are righteous. There's nothing twisted. The word for twisted is pathal, to twist, to be twisted, to twine. Right? It means what? It also means to morally tortoise. Tortoise. He said, all the words in my mouth are not, there's nothing in it. That word for tortoise is crooked or tricky. I'm not trying to trick you. It ain't tricky. I ain't trying to trick you. It says astute, having or showing shrewdness or an ability to notice and to understand things clearly. Mentally sharp or clever. Clever in what? In trickery and crooked. None of the words that I'm saying, I'm not being clever in or crooked or doing anything by trickery. I'm not trying to trick nobody. Right? A word for crooked is what? Ikesh. It means twisted, distorted, crooked, perverse, perverted, distorted, false. Nothing is. I'm not trying to distort. And I'm not putting out anything perverse either. So you start thinking about people's minds today. You start thinking about the things that people say today. Some people try to make you into who they want you to be. Some people try to make you into, that's trickery. Like they try to coerce you to do things that you shouldn't do that's outside of your character. That's all trickery. Those words are for crooked and perverse. They're trying to get you to be arrogant. They're trying to get you to be like them. They're trying to get you to speak a certain way or to act a certain way or to act like you in the 1960s and speak on like a Negro spiritual, right? They try to make you into these time loops, these time vortexes that people are trapped in, and they can't even get their mind out of it because they're programmed in a system that programmed their thought process and their consciousness, and they can't even get past certain little avenues and the different time vortexes they keep repeating over and over again. All these things are a part of it. Their time vortexes don't even allow them to even think past certain things or certain errors or certain thought processes. Why? Because that's how they were raised, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? So they says the word for it says they are all straight to him who understands. That word for straight is nakuak. They straight or straightness, straightforward, equitable, correct, integrity, plain, right, uprightness. They straight. It's all straight, straightforward. It's innocence. It's all straightforward. It's innocence. Right? All the words of my mouth, he said, they are all right to him those who find knowledge. If you seeking knowledge and you trying to find, seeking you shall find. Ask and the door will be open once you get to it. Don't go to the doors on the left and the right unless you get to the door that's right in front of you, because it's all straightforward. It's all straightforward. Right? That word for right is yashar. It's all right. It's all correct, straightforward. It's all straightforward. It's straight and right. It's Marshally Proverbs 21, 24 and 1 through 5. It says, be not envious of evil men, right? Because we're supposed to hate evil, nor desire to be with them. Don't even desire to be with them. He's like, I don't desire to be with you. I don't desire to be around your group. I don't desire to be around your organization. I don't desire to be around evil. And Ra, why? Because of being around that will only corrupt my good manners. It will corrupt. Evil communication corrupts a good mind. Because you have any person you interact with, you have a residue of their conversation. You have a residue of their behavior. You have a residue of who they are. That's how you're able to determine if somebody actually is with. If you're married, and you'll be able to say, all you got to do is look at their behavior and their demeanor, and look at the residue of their conversation, and you can literally tell the type of people they've been around. And that's how you're able to know. People say, how are you able to know if somebody if you're married, and how do you know they committed adultery? How do you know they've been sleeping around? How do you know they're with somebody else? How do you know they're having conversations with other people? Because they're going to have the residue of those conversations in that group or person within their behavior and their demeanor. And if you know a person genuinely, you will know you've been with somebody else, or you're having conversations with somebody else. You're able to make the determination if you're really in tune, if you're at a higher level frequency and a higher thought process. That's why they don't want you at a higher thought process. Because once you get a higher thought process, you'll see things coming before they even happen. You'll start recognizing people what they do before they even do it. You'll start to make the determination. You already know what you're doing. Because they'll be in their behavior. They'll hold a glass one way, then for 10 years, and then next you know, they just pop up and they holding the glass and they drinking a whole nother way. You be like, okay, so what's going on now? They drinking a little differently now. And I ain't talking about going to get alcohol. I'm talking about just a glass and drinking water. Right? Verse 2 says, for their heart devises violence, and their lips talk of trouble. That's all they do. They're always scheming something evil to go do evil. But by wisdom a house is built. By wisdom a house is built, or banah. And by understanding, same word for understanding is tabun, intelligence, it is established. That's kun. That word for established is kun. It's established. And I ain't talking about, that's why people don't get out of the errors that they're in. Right? He said the errors, the darkness of errors, and also the errors that they grew up in. That word established is kun. He said a house is built, banah, and then you have what? Tabun is built by intelligence, and it is established, kun, by knowledge, da'ath. He says, by knowledge the rooms are filled, and all precious and pleasant with all pleasant and precious riches. Verse 5 says, a wise man is full of strength. A wise man who prefers it above silver and gold, health and beauty, who prefers it above a rulership, a political seat, who prefers it above infinite riches, even long life itself. He said a wise man is full of strength. Because that's a wise man or woman. And a man of knowledge enhances his might. He enhances his might. That word for establishes kum, like we talked about. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding tabun, intelligence, it is established, kum. It is made firm with intelligence. If you don't have intelligence, intellect, the neshama on the inside, and guess what? You're not stable, you're not firm. He says, and keep enduring, be fixed, all right, to prepare and be ready. That's what kun is, to prepare and be ready, to be prepared. Intelligence allows you to be prepared, to direct, to warp, to arrange, to erect. It says securely determined. Intelligence allows you to be established, to be firm, right? A wise man is strong. A man of knowledge enhances his might, his koach, his strength, his power. A wise man is full of strength. And when you get the knowledge, you are just enhancing the strength that you already had in wisdom. And guess what? It'll increase your human strength. You have the strength of a malaki, the power of Elohim, strength, wealth. You will produce. It means wealth, substance, force, might, power, produce. It will allow you to have fruits. It allow you. It says large lizard. It allow you to be transformed by the renewing your mind. Because all it's gonna do is make you stronger, just like enhancing your athletic ability. When you enhance your athletic ability and you get bigger, faster, and stronger, and guess what happens? Then you become even more enhanced than you were before. He said, but intelligence allows you to do that. No one draws up an exercise program for almost 6 months without having a progression or some type of enhancement or taking the weight up and allowing one to progress up to where they can go from just simple stabilization exercises to strength endurance exercises to maximum strength exercises to power exercises. That takes time. You got to work your way up to that level. It doesn't just happen. Especially if you're starting a child from scratch all the way up until it becomes a full-fledged adult. Then you get to the point where you pass power, and now you start to fly. Now you start to fly. Right? But it says it enhances your power, your knowledge, your intellect, your consciousness. If you don't enhance your consciousness and your intellect, you ain't gonna be powerful at all. You ain't gonna have no strength. No strength within, no strength without, no strength to endure. You will have no strength to transform in your mind. You will have no strength in your consciousness. You will have no fruits. You ain't gonna have no power. And he said you ain't gonna have no wealth. Whether inwardly, first, or outwardly. Because if they take your intelligence away, you follow these archon teachers, these archon people, then guess what happens? They take your intelligence away, and then guess what happens? That nature, and they stop your thought. And when they stop your thought, they stop your consciousness, right? So look at a mountain, right? Just like a mountain range or mountain, you got the mountain range, you got the hillsides, and you got the valleys, right? You got the places where people sow crops and things of that sort. But at the top of the mountain, just like we talked about Saum, he said that trust in Yahuwah, Batak would be like Mount Saum, right? Just like at the top of the mountain. The mountain, he said, it shall come to pass in the last days, and the mountain of Yahuwah shall be established in the top of the mountains and exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. Right? Let's go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to Saum, the hill. Why? Because just like rain and snow come down from Shamayim and water the earth, because the snow melts and it comes down into the rivers. Like you see all these ridges in here? These are all places where water flows. And when water flows, you get all this greenery. You get all that greenery. And by allowing this to transpire, creates life. It creates life. It creates life. But if this thing starts erupting, instead of rain and snow coming down, it's going to bring death. How you say a pyroclastic flow, right? Ash and dust. How you say, you see the goodness of Yahuwah, and then you see the other part of it, right? Just like how you talk about people who do evil and good. If he was able to treat both the same, he wouldn't be who he is. So, this is First Enoch, Aleph Hanuk, 5:1-3. I observed how the trees cover themselves. Like we moved from the early winter, and they call autumn, what is called autumn or Karef, and then we move towards winter time, which is Karef, right? Early winter, late winter, and the leaves start falling from the trees. And you observe it, and you observe trees, and you start to see some trees lose their leaves, and some trees don't lose their foliage. Or the balsam tree, the juniper tree. Right, you start seeing these certain trees, or the hollow tree, right? You start to see these trees not losing their foliage. The pine tree, if you observe them. It says, verse 1 says, I observed how the trees cover themselves with the green of leaves and bear fruit. Now observe all and learn how he who lives has made all these for you. Learn prudence. Learn prudence. How his works are before him in every year that comes. So it's fixed. But you know what people fixed on? People fixed on television. People got their eyes fixed on television. They got their fixed on the screen, fixed on a Zoom class, fixed on a cell phone. They got their mind fixed on their charts. Their mind fixed on their money. Whether they're making money or not, they got their fixed on their Excel spreadsheets. Their mind fixed on the next relationship they're gonna get. They fixed on that. He said, man, these things are fixed every year. They comes. He said, how many have you sustained a whole year? Has nature taught you yet? He said, has it taught you yet? But it says, verse 2 said, how his works are before him every year that comes, and all his works serve him. They serve in him. People say, I want to know about servitude. I want to know about servants. All you got to do is go outside and look. Look at the seasonal changes. Look at the trees. They all serve in Yahuwah. And they do it every year. They all serving him. The rivers and streams, right? They all serving him and are not changed. They don't change. They don't move. They don't stop what they're doing. They continue to do it over and over again. Those are the servants. Look at all the service they do for you. If those leaves don't fall from the trees, the ground ain't got no fertilizer. If the rivers don't flow, you ain't got nothing to drink. They all serving him. It says, and are not changed, but Yahuwah has but as Yahuwah has ordained, so everything takes place. And see how the seas and the rivers together accomplish their work. They all servants. The seas and the rivers are servants. The animals, the creatures of the earth are servants. You want to know how to serve? People say, serve, serve. You just go outside and look. They all serving him. They accomplish his work. They don't get the credit. Man worship. Some people worship these things, but he said they don't get the credit. They just serve and accomplish his work, because it's his work. The rivers and streams accomplish his work. This is natural things. So he said, if you can't understand earthly things, how are you going to understand something spiritual? You can't even go outside and stare and look at these trees and you see how they're serving the one who made them. And it happens every year. They do the same thing every year. So what about you? This second Baruch 48, 7-9. Pseudepigrapha, Volume 1, Old Testament. You remember the beginning which you created, and you do not forget that destruction will come, because it's going to happen. With signs and fear and threat, you command the flames, and they change into winds. And with the word you bring to life that which does not exist, and with great power you hold that which has not yet come. You instruct the creation with your understanding. With your intelligence, he instructs all creation. Look at everything that you see, they're all serving him. They're instructing him. And you give wisdom, hukmah, to the spheres, the 7 celestial circles. As the sun travels along the 7 celestial circles to the 364-day cycle of a year, to the spheres, so that they minister according to their positions. Look at all the 7 celestial circles. Look at the 7 days of creation. 6 days of creation, and the 7th he rested. Right? You look at the 7 celestial circles, because some people only listen to these things to try to find something wrong with it. Just like they listen to this. They're only listening to try to find something wrong. But actually, if they listen again, they won't. But it says what? Traveling along the 7 celestial circles, the 7 spheres. And they say they minister according to their positions, and they're still fixed since the beginning, before man was even created, before a title was even given to a human being. Before it was even created, before the word that Yahuwah used for seed, before it was given to a human being to put as a title. Before anything that man created for himself to make him feel proud of himself, when he can't even go outside and can't even look at the very creation itself. Man has become so arrogant. They become so arrogant, they believe they have everything that Yahuwah has for them. In actuality, they don't. They say they have a little speck of it. Right? So just like we saw that mountain, where all the water flows down. Yeshayahu 55:10-11. It says, "For as rain and snow, or rain, or Geshem and Shaled come down from Shamayim and do not return, but they water the earth. Once it comes down here, it stays until it melts, and it waters the earth. Because that's what it's for. It's serving the one who sent it. So if it's snow and it's frozen, things are not dead if you look at it correctly. Things are not cold if you look at it correctly. Because one day that snow gonna melt. That cold heart gonna melt. And it's gonna flow down water. That's where patience comes in. But men have lost patience, even with cold-hearted people. Eventually, the snow will melt and the water will flow. It says, "Do not return, but water the earth, making it bring forth sprout, and giving seed to the sower and bread to the eater." Right? Just like you get food every single day. You go to your nice restaurants and your luxuries. Right? You got people starving. You got people hungry on the side of the road. You got people who ain't eating today. I remember I was at a point where I couldn't eat every single day. That's when you understand and you learn what life is all about. Those little small things that people don't hold as value anymore. But it says, "Bring sprout to the ear and giving seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my debar," just like his word, "be that goes out of my mouth. It shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish for which I purpose it. It shall succeed in the thing which I sent it." So that's the same way when you look at anything you do in the world. So Yahuwah is like, my debar gonna accomplish everything he sent it. So if you say something raw or evil to somebody, and you say something you shouldn't say, then guess what? It's gonna accomplish what it's sent to do. If you press send on the Twitter, you press send on a text, you press send on a YouTube, you press send on a comment, you press send, guess what? It's gonna accomplish what it's sent to do. You press send, it's gonna accomplish what it's sent to do. So if it's sent to create strife and hatred and envy, it's gonna create it. If it's sent to create love and compassion and mercy and forgiveness, then it's gonna happen. But if it's sent to create arrogance and pride and to demonstrate your pride, it's gonna accomplish what it's sent to do. Right? So all these attributes, right? So verse 11, Cain, Yahuwah, Debar, Asher, Yitzhak, I say Selak, Asher, Shelak. All these are attributes, but it says it's gonna succeed. It's gonna succeed for you. That word for rain is Geshem. It means rain shower. Most people scared of the rain. They scared of the rain. They don't want the rain to hit their skin. They scared. They get an umbrella. They stand under the umbrella. They don't want the rain to touch them. They hurry up and run in their little vehicle. They hurry up and run in the house. They don't want to get soaked. They don't want the rain to come. Notice how you say, why does rain on your body just flow right off your body? Rather than the rain that you use in the shower, it be sticking to you. Right? There's a reason. That rain that come down from the Shamayim is a little different. Right? It says a shower, a rain shower. He said, so shall my debar come out of my mouth. It's gonna come just like a Geshem, just like shaleg, snow. It's gonna be just like whiteness on top of the mountain. It's gonna come down like snow. So you should be a little more patient, knowing that the shemesh in springtime gonna come out. When you have a cold-hearted individual, a cold-hearted husband, a cold-hearted wife, or cold-hearted wives, or cold-hearted children, or cold-hearted people, you should be a little more patient and wait for the sun to come, that their heart will melt. He said, who can stand before his cold? In the book of Qahalath 147. He said his word, his debar, and he melts it. He melts it. That's where patience comes in. Right? So the word for succeed is selak. It means what? To advance, to prosper, to make prosperous, to be successful. It's gonna allow you to be successful, to push forward. It's gonna be just like that, just like tabun. Right? It's gonna allow you to push forward. Just like koach. It's gonna be powerful. You're gonna move forward powerfully. Your moves are gonna be powerful. It's gonna be powerful. To advance, it's going to say, look, Yahuwah's word, when you have his debar on the inside, you're going to accomplish the things that he sent you to do. If you put it on the inside, because it's going to make you successful on the inside, right? So this is 1 Enoch 49:1. It says, so wisdom flows like water, just like that mountain. When that water melts on the top of the mountain and it flows down, it's going to flow like water. It's measureless before him, forever and ever. For his might is in all the mysteries of righteousness. And oppression will vanish like a shadow, having no foundation. So when Yahuwah says his hukum and wisdom and understanding, then oppression falls. Not only the oppression within yourself, but the oppression of others, the oppressions of politicians, the oppressions of pastors and teachers, the oppression of ra'as and shepherds, false teachers, the oppression of false nabi, false nabiyas, false prophet and prophetesses, false information, false knowledge, false understanding, right? All these are all attributes. They say, they're gonna vanish away. It says the elect one stands before Yahuwah, the master of spirits, because they are all spirits. When you have spirits around, they can alter your thoughts, they can alter your mind, they can enter into your mind, they can speak through they can jump into somebody's body, speak through their body just to cause chaos on you, and then the person that had jumped in, they neuralize their mind and they won't even remember what they said. The only thing they remember is, I don't remember what you said. That's all they're going to say. I said that. That's all they're going to say. They're not even going to remember what they say, because when you have other spirits and unclean spirits jumping in and out of your body, then you ain't going to understand what you actually said. You're like, where did that come from? He's like, where did it come from? They be like, nah, that ain't me. I was like, exactly. Because a lot of people don't really say, they're afraid to say, oh, man, when I was doing that, I was in my father's Satan. You know why? Because they don't want you to think Satan exists. And you say, man, when I was doing that, I was like a demon. He's like, because they don't want you to think. I mean, I had demons on the inside of me. They don't want you to think that, they don't want you to know that these beings exist. That's the only reason they say it. They don't say it. That's why they don't ever admit what they do, because they don't want you to think that it exists inside of them or inside of their body or in their surroundings. They want you to be, ignorant according to the spiritual world. And ignorance is a great evil. Right, it says, the elect one stands before you, who are the master of spirits. His kabod is forever and ever, and his power is unto all generations, even to this generation. From the first generation when Adam was kicked out the gun and casted his earth with the Semitic people in the yard, all where we are now, all over to this point in 2024, and this year, or what they call AD, or BCE, or BCD. Of course, we know it's all created time. Or we can just say 7,000 years since Adam got kicked out of his natural, from the first estate. 7,000 Shana, or 7,000 revolutions of time. 7,364 days cycles that were fixed, just like his rivers and his streams and his trees and everything are fixed, and they serve him. It says, the elect one stands before you, who is the master of spirits. His kabod is forever and ever, and unto all generations. In him dwells the ruach of wisdom. Why? Because the intelligence and tabun of bina kukma da'at. Then guess what happens? Yahuwah is an intelligent being. He's an intelligent being. Why do you think he made Solomon one of the wisest man on earth? He was trying to show you his wisdom through him. And you had other wise men come to hear his hukum, his wisdom and understanding. Not only of just the natural things, of this shemesh hukum of the earth, or his architectural understanding, or just even his plant understanding, or not just his plant understanding, but also his spiritual understanding, and his elemental understanding, his three-dimensional understanding, and his intellectual understanding of all things and everything on the earth. Because in order to be the wisest person on earth, you think about that. To be the wisest individual on earth. The understanding quantum particles and understanding all the photons, electrons, and neurons, and quarks, and all the things that you see on earth today. All the things that fuse and form things together, whether beings that can procreate without the aid of a man, like a seahorse, or very things that can procreate during seasonal cycles and mating times during the certain times of the season. Because everything has its own difference. Right? All these are all a part of it. But it says what? The ruach of knowledge, he says, the spirit which gives thoughtfulness. That's what wisdom does. If you ain't got wisdom on the inside of your mind, you have no thoughts. Well, proper thoughts. Wisdom, hukmah, gives you knowledge and understanding. That wisdom creates your thoughtfulness. The ruach of knowledge and strength is inside of Yahuwah. The spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. Right? All these are all in his thoughts. Yahuwah ain't gonna forget people who fall asleep in righteousness, who died in righteousness. He ain't gonna forget. It says he shall judge the secret things. That's why he gonna do it. And no one will be able to utter a vain word in his presence, but he gonna judge your secret parts, your bone and your joints and your marrow. Because that's what people say, what's in the joints and the marrow and the bones? That's where your DNA codes are, your DNA strands, your carbon copies, all that. Inside of your joints, that's where arthritis exists at, in your joints. These are all diseases of the body. He said, I'm gonna get those, I'm gonna judge those secrets. Those secrets. Man, why your shoulder can't move all the way up? Why you don't got full range of motion? What you been doing? Why your body don't have full range of motion? What'd you do? What happened? That's how it works. He said, you ain't gonna utter a vain word in his presence. For the elect one, he said, for the elect one before Yahuwah, the master of spirits, you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna be able to do it. It says before. You ain't gonna be able to do it. Guess what? It's according to his good pleasure. Right? Well, you know, Aleph this, right? Moving forward into the next part of this, right? So, because you got Aleph this, I'm going to cut the yard cap from my meaning, so I can pass a group fresh on too, right? And you have what? The first 10, right? You look at the first 10, look at even the first 10 of the Sephiroth, right? Or you look at all the attributes of moving towards the Yod, right? You look at the Yod as even, how you say, you look at the pictograph, right? They'll show you even this right here, we would call it erected penis, ready to create, because it doubles. Because just like when you look at your life, when a man has a child, right, at a certain age, then it doubles, right? Just like numbers double, or he say during this, I'm talking about on this chart. But then also, because Kaplamaminu Samakan Pasad, because that equals to 8, right? You start traveling, then you get to 4, right? Because 4, these are the last, Kufra Shan 2, right? Of course, totality, sign, signature, exit, sign, mark, 4 corners, totality, right? The totality is what? The fixed, how you say, the ending, the signature of the ending of these transitions, right? Because Kufra Shan 2. Right, all these are all a part of it. Of course, 4 corners, right? 4 gates, 3 to the north, 3 to the south, 3 to the east, and 3 to the west. Right? All these are all 12 gates, 3 to the north, 3 to the south, 3 to the east. So 4 corners, 4 quadrants. All these are all a part of it. But of course, each one has a meaning, numerical value. Right? So we look at every single one. Of course, the side, because the side. It also means desired heat. It also means snake. It means adversary. Right? But also look, most people look at these attributes, right? But then also you can look at the zin or the zayin, right? It means to plow, weapon, cut. But it also means sword, knife, rest, word, law, perfection. It means a lot of other words as well. They don't get into the aleph bit, right? But also the door, right? We just talked about the doors on the nexus, or traveling down on a straight and narrow way, but then you have on the left and the right, you have doors. These doors are entranceways and doorways and gateways. They're portal gates. When you start looking at doors as portal gates, sometimes people go in those portals and they never come out. Right? All these are all part of the transitions out of one place to the next place to the next place. Right? They had this movie called Sliders, right? There's some other movies, right? They jump through portals and they just keep traveling. Right? All these are all Project Almanac, right? All these are all part of it. But anyway, Nazarene acts to the Shalakim, not advantage of knowledge. So we must above all things hasten to the knowledge of the truth, that as with a light kindled thereat, we may be able to expel the darkness of errors. For ignorance, as we have said, is a great evil. It is evil, it's wrong. But because it has no substance, it easily dispels of those who are earnest. For ignorance is nothing else than not knowing what is good. For us, once know, then in ignorance perishes. Therefore, the knowledge of the truth ought to be equally sought after, and no one can confer it except the Nabi Amat. For this is the gate of life, and those who enter the road of good works into the city of salvation. So we're looking about thorns destroying ignorance, right? Ignorance is lack of knowledge. This book of Hosea 4 and 6, for my people are destroyed of lack of knowledge, because they have rejected knowledge. You're lacking. You rejected the author. You're not paying attention to it. I reject you from being a kahan to me, because you got to be intelligent, just like your father in Ahaya Shamayim, just like Yahuwah in Ahaya Shamayim. You got to be an intelligent kahan. And since you have forgotten, which means in mental faculties you lost intelligence, he said, you've forgotten the Torah of your Elohim, I will also forget your children. And that's what happens. Your children don't be intelligent. Right? That's why people marry intelligent people. Intelligence. He said, they told the fathers in the book of Sirach, if you have a daughter, he said, marry her. He said, you get rid of a burden. But he said, give it to a man of intelligence. He said, of understanding. Don't give it to somebody who don't understand. Right? The word for knowledge, da'ath. The word for knowledge is da'ath. It means knowledge, perception. Right? You won't have no perception. You're going to lose all your perception, your discernment. If you don't have knowledge, you're going to have no discernment. For my people are destroyed for lack of discernment, lack of perception, lack of knowledge, lack of all things, right? You got to be joined to it, because when you add up the alpha equals to 6. The 6th letter of the alphabet is a joint, tent peg, nail. You have to be joined to it. He said, you have forgotten shakah. To forget, ignore. He said, why keep repeating these various things over? Because you know how fast people forget? You know how fast people forget intelligence and understanding of knowledge? They'll forget it so fast because it's not it's not frontless between their eyes. It's not the first thing they think about. That's why. You forget, you ignore it. You ignore it when it comes to your mind. You ignore it, you will cease from it. You won't even care. You become a careless individual. You will cause and forget. You become oblivious. Oh, I'm above that. You're gonna be above. He said he's gonna be above it. Oh, that's below me. I don't need to know that. I don't need to keep hearing that. I mean, just look at the world today. To forget, to be forgotten, right? Aleph Yukonon 1 and 5. Well, 1 John, Aleph Yukonon 1 and 5. This is a message you heard from the beginning. We proclaim to you that Yahuwah is light, and in him is no errors at all, no darkness of errors. Because he's an intelligence. He has Bina Kukma Da'ath, his entire boom. He has intelligence. He has perception. He has discernment. He has intellectual faculties. All of the earth and everything that it serves him. All the rivers and streams on the earth, under the earth, and in the cosmos, all the rivers and streams that flow from his throne. They all serve him. And all the Malachi. All of them. This book of Yahusha, Joshua 1 and 8. This book of the Torah shall not depart of your mouth, but you shall meditate on it yom and night, day and night, just like the crane birds, that you may be careful to do according to all that is written. For then you may make your way prosperous, and then he said you shall have good success. You have good success. You're gonna make your way Selah. You're gonna be prosperous. You're gonna make your way successful. Whether you got a group, whether you have a million people, bunch of people, or one person, and it's just you. He said you'll make your way prosperous. He said you'll make your way prosperous. Because he said I'm gonna appear before Yahuwah on the day of judgment. It's gonna be the only person that's gonna be here is you. It's just gonna be you. It's just gonna be you. And he said, marvel not when you see the perverting your judgment, for there's a higher official than these people you be talking out here. There's a higher official sits higher than them. When they say lies and they say things out of their mouth that's not true, then guess what happens? There's a higher official than them. Guess what happens? Guess what that official do? All you gotta do is go read the book of Acts when that person open the book of he and give kabod to the one who made all things. You see what happens. All you gotta do is cry. People don't want it. People saying, why would they say this to you? Right? This book of the law, the word for the law is Torah. This book of instructions should not depart of your mouth, right? So when you read the book of Joshua, right? Joshua was written. There wasn't no Yirmiyahu about all these books that you read all the way into Malachi. It wasn't no New Testament. It wasn't no Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It wasn't none of these other books. All they had was that. Just like Adam. Adam didn't have no Mashah, Moses, the law of Moses. They didn't have none of these books that people esteem. They didn't have no Deuteronomy, Exodus, Leviticus. Enoch didn't have that. Canute didn't have that. He didn't have the travels, the journey from Mizraim to the land of Yasharal, going through the Canaanites and Amalek's war, and David being born. They didn't have none of those books. They didn't have Yahusha coming on the scene, and all the books that you have to read, and all the accounts. Some have been miswritten. They don't even write it right, or some of it's just lies. Someone has a teaching of Nephilim and demons, right? But at the same time, he said you don't have intelligence and your discernment skills are up, guess what happens? And you'll fall victim to those things. But they didn't have it. But right here, that word for Torah is what? When you add it up, equals to 8. Equals to 8, which that means circumcision, means many other things. Yahuwah, the bar, right? Means a lot of other things. Mazon. Yahudi means a lot of things. So all these are all a part of it. Right? It means also human or divine, discretion, direction for human or divine. That's both celestial and terrestrial bodies. Right? So the word for success is sekal. It means wisely understand, to give attention, to have insight, to give insight, to teach, to prosper, to make your way prosperous, right? He said, if you don't allow it to depart of your mouth, you'll have good success, circumspect, intelligence. Right? You'll be behaving wisely. This is Psalms 1:1-4. Barak is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the Torah, and in the Torah he meditates human night. And he'll be like a tree planted by streams of water, because the streams of water are going to do what? They're going to serve. That's what we talked about. It yields its fruit in its season. Why? Because you got intelligence. Because a tree, when it gets water, it got to have intelligence to bear fruit. It has to have intelligence to bear leaves. It has to have intelligence in order for that to. That's why they're living beings. They're intelligent beings. In order for to produce for others, you got to have intelligence. It's a direct reflection of the one who sits in the highest Shemaim. That's how they're living beings. Trees are living beings. I know some people can't believe that because some people are, still stuck in their own consciousness and they can't think that way. They haven't raised their thought process and their vibrational frequency to that level. Right? Their stomach is full of meat and excess of food. Right? And it says right here, and its leaf does not wither. Right? It doesn't wither. Why? Because it doesn't lose its foliage in the wintertime or the summertime. And all he does, he prospers, right? He say, "Look, the wicked are not so. They're like the chaff that drives away. They're just like the chaff that drives away." Some people never even did a chaff. They don't even know what it's like. Some people never even done it, but they know what it is. He said, just like the chaff that the wind drives away. So he said, just like the chaff when the wind drives away. Why? Because it has no weight on it. It has no weight on it. Why? Because it continues to go. It continues to prosper. It's just like any other thing. It's just like the juniper tree or the balsam tree. They don't lose their foliage. Right? In the wintertime. Right? It says what? Barak is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked. That word for wicked is Rasha, the criminal, the guilty one, the guilty of crime. Right? All these guilty. He said guilty of crime. A lot of people guilty of crime, but he said, why would you follow the counsel of somebody who's guilty of crimes? He was like, nah, you're a slanderer, you're a gossiper, you're a liar. Why would you follow their counsel? You're a swindler, you're an extortioner, you're full of greed. Why would you follow their counsel? You're an adulterer, you're a fornicator. You fornicate, you didn't have a betrothal or a ketubah before you even got a woman. Oh yeah, you're this and that. These are criminals. Like you got arrogance and pride. You're a criminal. You dissension and robberies. You're a criminal. You conceited. You're a crude joker. How you say? You're a joker. You're a jester of people suffering. He's like, why would you take counsel for these people? Why would you take counsel from a jealous and envious person? You be like, yeah, they're gonna counsel me in the right direction. They really want my good. I assure you they don't. They're gonna tell you something to try to make you fall. And we're gonna see that too. That's all they're gonna do. But it says right here, wicked, criminal, evil man or woman. Why would you take counsel and advice from an evil woman or man, wicked ones? So the word for like the chaff in the wind is motes. They say motes. Or I say motes. It means chaff, winnowed. It means chaff. It says winnowed is blow a current of air through the grain in order to remove the chaff, right? So that's all it is. I just blow the wind. He just blows the wind. Your wood just utters his voice and he blows the wind. It's just like the chaff that blow in the wind. It says to reduce a large number of people or things to a smaller number, judging their quality. He said, I judge their quality. I'd be like, man, well, they like the chaff in the wind. Are you sure you judged properly on that situation? Okay, then see what you got left over. After you blew away all the good and you kept, after you blew away all the what you considered bad or terrible, because bad means bod, and abri means linen. He said, you don't blew it away. It says chaff, the seed covering, right? Because remember we talked about crushing the seed with your fingers, right? Sometimes when you have certain seeds, you got to crush with your fingers, depending on what seed you have. The seed covering or other debris separated from the seed or the threshing grain, right? So just like any other thing, I separate seed from the threshing grain, and I see the actual covering of it, which I can't grind that into any type of powder. I have to first remove that from the actual seeds in order for that to actually be something that's useful to make bread. To make bread. So that's what it's used for. People say, what's the highest commodity? Bread. Right, so look at winnowing. How you say throwing up in the air. How you say separating the chaff from the wheat. Right? Separating the chaff from the wheat. Why? If the wind blowing, you throw it up and then the wind just takes the chaff away without any type of effort from you. It just blows in the wind. It blows in the wind. Right? It's just like that. Just like the chaff and the wheat. But that's just during harvest time. That's during the times where you gather in and you put in, you getting ready to sow in, gathering for the harvest, or a famine that's on the way. Right? More examples. There are different, techniques. It ain't just one technique, right? Both male and female. Because people don't like that. But hey, it is what it is, right? Just like any other thing, you lift it up in the air and the wind takes it, and the chaff, right? All that chaff goes off, and then all the wheat, right? All that good grain you're able to have separated from the good wheat seeds, right? Same thing here. You let it fall down, and then all that leftover chaff, right, blows in the wind, and then you get it makes it easier to harvest in the seeds, so you can grind it to powder and make it into bread. The word for it, this is Psalm 125:1-2. Those who trust in Yahuwah are like Mount Zion, just like Mount Zion, just like that parched place on the top of the mountain. As rain and snow come down and water the earth, so am I the Barbie that goes out down on the earth. It should not return to me empty, which cannot be moved. Can you move a mountain? But abides forever. As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so Yahuwah surrounds his people. So just like a mountain surrounds a city, so Yahuwah surrounds his people. This time and forevermore. Just like a mountain protects a city. It protects it from enemies. It protects it from storms. It protects it from certain, things that may come about. That's what a mountain does when it surrounds a city. It's protection. It's like a fence. He said, my fence is mountains. And it's just like Yahuwah. And they don't move either. The only person that can move those mountains is Yahuwah himself. What that word for trust is batak. It means to what? To take refuge, to be confident, to trust, to secure, to have confidence, to be confident, to trust. You got to be trustful. You got to be able to wait. When you plant a seed, you got to be able to wait. When snow falls on the ground, you got to wait for it to melt. If somebody has a cold heart, you have to wait for it to melt. All these are all a part of it. It's all a part of your life. It's all a part of our lives, right? So for those who trust in Yahuwah, will be like Mount Zion, because Zion is a parched place. It's thirsty. Because it equals to 12. Just like Mount Zion, it's a parched, dry out heat, extremely thirsty, just like that mountain. When the springtime comes, that mountain ain't got no snow in it. It's thirsty. It's waiting for some water to hit it. But when the temperatures, as you go higher elevation, the temperature changes. Temperature changes. If it's in the wintertime, late winter, it's still snow on top of those peaks. But when the actual springtime comes and the sun comes down and passes the ecliptic plane, then guess what? Then you have the snow melting. And then those rivers and streams are full of water. Water that's been waiting to melt. It says, as the mountains surround Jerusalem, Sabib, it encircles, it environs. It's like a neighbor. It environs. It's like a circle. On every side, it encircles. It's like a circuit. Right? That Jerusalem is the teachings of peace. It's going to surround the teachings of peace. Hills. It's going to be really peaceful. Right? Have you ever been to a mountain or you've been to a place? It's very peaceful. Right? It says, Proverbs 3:1-8. My son and daughter, do not forget my teaching, but let your heart keep my commandments, for length of days and years and life and shalom will be added to you. Let not steadfast love and faithfulness forsake you. Don't let it forsake you. Bind them around your neck and write them on the tablets of your heart, so you will find favor and good success in the sight of Yahuwah and man. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart, and do not lean to your own understanding. All you gotta do is walk outside and observe, and you won't be leaning to your own understanding. Because if you can't understand earthly things, then you know where you can understand spiritual things. You can't understand earthly things looking at a pulpit of wood, looking at a bunch of stairs going up, or a physical house. I can look at it, I'm talking about a physical house when we're talking about observing the things that Yahuwah created. Because he said, look at the things that Yahuwah created and look at the things that man creates. The things that man creates versus the things that Yahuwah created. Which one is greater? Because before any of these things were ever even created, Yahuwah created this world. It was a fenceless world, a boundaryless world. It says, in all your ways acknowledge him. You got to acknowledge him in everything, and he will make straight your paths. I mean, he'll make straight your paths. It'd be nakua. He's gonna make straight your path. Be not wise in your own eyes. Fear Yahuwah and turn away from Ra. Don't do evil, because you're supposed to hate it. It will be healing to your rafuf, to your navel, and refreshment to your bone. It will be healing to your umbilical cord. Naked you came in the world, naked you're going to leave. You'll be just like a newborn child. Like I said, a child born into the world. It will be healing to your umbilical cord, because you have a child on the inside of you. You have an inner child on the inside of you, and that child is attached to the umbilical cord. And then if somebody's not gentle and coming to you like a mother nursing a child, and it's all rough, then guess what happens? It's going to kill your inner child. You're going to destroy your inner child on the inside. And they're going to rip it out of your stomach, and they're not even going to care. They'll cut it open and rip it out of your stomach. And that's what people have done. That's what human beings have done. He said, what, you going to liken me a dog? That's what Yahoo said. That's when the man came and said, oh, you don't like me to a dog? But at the same time, right, it'd be healing to your shore, your umbilical cord, your navel string, your twisted navel string, like a spiral staircase that travels up. Right, it'd be healing to your shore. Right. So this is 1 Samuel, Shemuel 23, 1-4. Now they told Daud, behold, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah and are robbing the threshing floors. Therefore David inquired of Yahuwah, right? Because that's what he said. Because he said, don't be wise in your own eyes. Because he said, my son, do not forget my teaching. For length of days and long life will be added to you. Let's see. He asked his father, shall I go up to attack? He asked Yahuwah, shall I go up and attack these Philistines? And Yahuwah said to Daud, go up and attack the Philistines and save Keilah. But Daud's men said to him, behold, we are afraid. Exactly. Even after Yahuwah just said, yes, you can go up and go save these people. He said, but his men around him, people around you, saying, we are afraid. He said, here is Yehuda. How much more? He said, we are afraid here in Yehuda. That's what they are. They scared. How much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines? How much more are we going to be afraid? We're going to be scared. We're going to be more afraid. Then Daud inquired of Yahuwah again. Then he did it again. So he did it 2 times. He did it again. And get what he said. And Yahuwah answered him, arise and go to Keilah. Why? Because at the mouth of 2 or 3 everywhere, everything going to be established. He says, just like Pharaoh's dream, this thing is numbered. It's fixed. It's twice. He did it twice. For I will give the Philistines into your hands. And Daud and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines and brought away their livestock and struck with a great blow. So Daud saved the inhabitants of Keilah. So he saved the inhabitants of Keilah because he inquired of his father twice. Even when people around him was afraid. He said, man, you know what? I don't want to die. My men don't want to die. Let me inquire again. Because that's what he wants. He don't want to die. And he didn't want his men to die. Because once you inquire of Yahuwah, you get another witness, and guess what happens? This thing is fixed. So now the men were able to go up in confidence. Why? Because they were confident. Because why? Because length of days and long life has now been added to them. Because if they would have went up and died, length of days will not have been added to them. He said, don't forget my teaching. For length of days and long life will be added to you. Why do you think he extended their life? They could have went there and died. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. Why do you think David would keep inquiring of Yahuwah? Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. That's what you got to do in your life. Because everything people think, oh, I just read this book and it's going to be manifest in my life. No, you're going to inquire of Yahuwah in certain situations and certain things that transpire. And guess what? He's going to tell you to do something. It may be able to save your life for length of days and long life. You may be in a situation where you by yourself and you inquire of Yahuwah. Well, if people tell you the type of ability you have, or if people try to stop you from praying and stop you from inquiring of Him, that's what they'll do. But he said, if you do that, then guess what happens? He said, length of days and long life will be added to you. Verse 6 says, when Abathar, the son of Ahimelech, he says, Qahalath. When Abathar, the son of Ahimelech, had fled to Daud to Qahalath, he had come with an ephod in his hand. Now it was told Saul that David had come to Qahalath, right? So Saul is pursuing David. And Saul said, Yahuwah has given him into my hand, right? Do you see Saul inquiring of Yahuwah? Like Daud? He's like, man, he's giving him into my hand. We found out where he's located. Yahuwah has given him into my hand. That's the only reason he's done it. That's the only reason he revealed to me where he is. And did he inquire of Yahuwah on that? No. For get what it says. For he is shut up by entering a town that has gates and bars. So he like, man, we got him right where we want him. He's locked away. And Saul summoned all the people to war. So Shaul, he's bringing a bunch of people with him to come fight with Daud. It says, and to go down to Qahalath to besiege Daud and his men. So he coming to pillage and take everything he got. He coming to destroy him. And guess what happened? And David knew that Saul was plotting harm against him, right? You know when people plot, he's like, man, Saul, I know he plotting harm against me. I know my past adversaries are plotting against me. I know. And he said to Abathar the priest, bring the ephod here. And then Daud said, Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yasharal, your servant has surely heard that Saul seeks to come to Qahalath to destroy the city on my account. Will the men of Qahalath surrender me into his hand? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharal, please tell your servant. He's inquiring of Yahuwah. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. You don't trust in people who just tell you stuff. Let me go see if this is actually true. Inquire diligently. Has this person really followed you where you are today? Has he really hunted you down? And Yahuwah said he will come down. And guess what Yahuwah, he revealed to him, said, yeah, he coming down. He said he revealed to him that he's coming down. And guess what it says? And then Daud said, will the men of Qahalath surrender me and my men into the hand of Saul? And Yahuwah said, they will surrender you. He said, will they give me up? Will they give me up into the hand of Saul? He said, they're going to surrender you. How many times did David inquire? He inquired twice. How many times he inquired here? He inquired twice. And guess what happened after he said that? Then Daud and his men, who were about 600, arose and departed when they left. Once he found out he going to be given up, he's like, man, he going to be giving up to Saul. They left. They departed from Qahalath. And they went wherever they could go. Because it's not people saying, wow, it's not really a good life to have people just pursuing you. It's all you're going to do is increase fear, paranoia. All these are all attributes. And now you can do that stuff through social media. You can do it through public record. You can do it through internet, probably cell phone numbers. You could do it through all multiple means now. Find people location, people you hate, people your enemy. You can do that, man. It's incredible, no? It says, and when Saul was told that Daud had escaped from Qahalath, he gave up the expedition, right? He's like, man, he gone. And Daud remained in the strongholds in the wilderness, in the hill country of the wilderness of Ziph. And Saul sought him every day. He left that city, but Saul sought him every single day. Every day. You still trying to follow me around. Why you following me around? But Elohim, Yahuwah, did not give him into his hand every time. He said, you still follow me around every single day. You sought me every day. He ain't seeking Yahuwah. Saul was not seeking Yahuwah every day. He was seeking David every single day. You see the difference? His mind so consumed in what Daud was doing, he wasn't even seeking Yahuwah anymore every day. He wasn't. But Elohim, Yahuwah, did not give him into his hand, right? So let's see. So why was he pursuing him? So you look at all that. He's like, man, this is crazy. Verse 15 says, and Daud saw that Saul had come out to seek his life. Daud was in the wilderness of Ziph at Horesh, and Jonathan, Saul's son, rose and went to Daud in Horesh and strengthened his hand. And Yahuwah said to him, do not fear, for the hand of Saul, my father, shall not find you. You shall be king over Yasharal, and I shall be next to you. Saul, my father, also knows this. He know it. Why do you think he pursuing him? He's like, if I kill him, it ain't gonna happen. If I kill him, if I take him out, it ain't gonna happen. And the two of them made a covenant before Yahuwah. Daud remained in Horesh, and Jonathan went home. Then the Ziphites went unto Saul in Gibeon, saying, is not David hiding among in the strongholds of Horesh, on the hills of Hakiah, which is south of Jeshimon? Now come, O king, according to all your heart's desire to come down, and our parts shall be to surrender him into the king's hand. And Saul said, may you be barak by Yahuwah, for you have had compassion on me. Go, make yet more sure. Right, so he's still pursuing Daud, because he already know that he's finna lose his position, because he's jealous. When we talked about jealousy, fear of losing your position. Know and see the place where his foot is. Right? They want to know. Make sure. And who has seen him there? For it is told me that he is very cunning. Man, he know how to escape. See therefore and take note of all the lurking places where he hides. He's looking at every single place where he hides. And come back to me with sure information. Then I will go with you. And if he is in the land, I will search him out among the thousands of Yehudah. And they arose and went to Ziph ahead of Saul. Now David and his men were in the wilderness of Maon, in Arabah of the south, in Jeshimon, and Saul and his men went to seek him. And Daud was told that he went down, and Daud was told, so he went down to the rock and lived in the wilderness of Maon. And when Saul heard that, he pursued after Daud in the mountain, in the wilderness of Maon. Saul went on one side of the mountain, and Daud and his men went on the other side of the mountain. And Daud was hurrying to get away from Saul. You're saying, why Yahushua was in between two thieves? Because Saul was on one side of the mountain, and David was on the other side of the mountain. It says, and Saul and his men were closing in on Daud and his men to capture him. And the messenger came to Saul, saying, hurry, come, for the Philistines have made a raid against the land. So as Saul was closing in, a messenger came and said, the Philistines are raiding the land. So Saul returned from pursuing David, right? So you ever have somebody stop from pursuing you? The only reason is because Yahuwah caused a calamity in some type of possessions or some type of things in a life in order for you to stop you from doing it. That's the only reason he does it. You'd be like, man, why my mind is always on this person? Why my mind is always on that person? Why my mind is always on this? Why my mind is always on that? And then Yahuwah does something in your life. I'm going to pursue this person. I'm going to keep following this person. I'm going to keep harassing this person. And guess what happens? Then Yahuwah causes something to happen in your life. And guess what? You have to move away from pursuing that individual. And he went again. He said he left in pursuing David and went against the Philistines. Therefore, the place was called the Rock of Escape. He said the place is called the Rock of Escape. The Rock of Escape. It says, and Daud went up from there and lived in the strongholds of the En-Gedi. He did all that. And he'd be like, what? Why do you call Yahusha the rock stone? He said he was called the stone which the builders rejected. He became the head of the corner. What do you think David is right here? He said he the stone which the builders rejected. He became the head of the corner because Saul knew that he was going to lose and he was going to be ready to be head. And guess what that place is called? The Rock of Escape. He said because the wise man built his house on the rock. A fool built his house on the sand. Because it's the rock of escape from the flood. When Saul come in like a flood, it was a rock of escape. Amazingly, Saul was on one side and David was on the other. And Yahushua was in the midst. Just like he was on the cross, on his totality. It's Ashr 18, 6-12. And as they were coming home, when Daud returned from striking down the Philistines, right? So why was Saul continually pursued? Because Shemuel already told him Yahuwah going to take the kingdom from him. It was already prophesied to Saul that he going to take the kingdom from him. It says, and they were coming home when Daud returned from striking down the Philistines, and a woman came out of the cities of Yasharal singing, and women came out singing and dancing to meet King Saul with tambourines, songs of joy, with musical instruments, and the women sang to one another as they celebrated. They did. It says Saul had struck down his 1,000 and David his 10,000. Right. So now you got compare and contrast. He got more than what I got. He got more things than I do. He's smaller than me, and I have a bigger kingdom with more things and more people, more responsibility. And he ain't even got that much responsibility, and he ain't got nothing, and they're giving him more than me. So what does that create? Jealousy. It actually rhymes. And Saul was very angry. See, that's what happens. He already has a lot. He already has a whole bunch. But then you see one little small person, and you see people accredit you with a lot, and you still small. And guess what? It creates. You get very angry. You know what happened? And this saying displeased him, because when people start speaking, now it's displeasing you, because you're hearing the rumors, you're hearing the sound, and now you're displeasing you. And he said, they have ascribed to David 10,000, and to me have ascribed 1,000. And what more can he have but the kingdom? He's like, he gonna get the whole Malkuth. He gonna get the whole kingdom. They're already talking about it, but we just read that Saul already knew it, because this is before Saul. You know, you ever see things where you see a future event, but then they take you to the past on how it all came about. He said he gonna give him the kingdom too. And Saul eyed David that day on, we just read that Saul followed David and pursued him every day. He was seeking David every day. He was eyeing David every day. It says, the next day, a harmful ruach of Yahuwah, spirit from Yahuwah, rushed upon Saul. That's what happens when you get like that. You're gonna get a spirit, a demon. You're gonna get a relationship. You're gonna get in a relationship with an unseen being from another world, from Yahuwah. And guess what happens? And he raved within the house while David played the lyre. It says he raved. It says, and day by day Saul had his spear in his hand. Because Saul was knobbing in his house while he had the evil spirit on his side. And Saul hurled his spear, for he thought, right? So you look at his thoughts. For he thought. Because that's where the spirit is at. The demon is in his thoughts. That's why he pursued David every day when he was hidden in the strongholds. It was in his thoughts. He said he sought him every day. He wasn't seeking Yahuwah every day. He was seeking David every single day. He was seeking David every day. Guess what he said? I will pin him to the wall. But David evaded him twice. You see how these things be happening twice. How many times he inquired of Yahuwah when he going to fight the Philistines? Twice. How many times he inquired of Yahuwah when Saul was coming to take him out? Twice. And Saul knew he was going to lose the kingdom. He already knew he was going to lose his position. And guess what happened? He said he evaded him twice. That's what he was trying to do. And Saul was afraid of David because Yahuwah was with him. But he said, why? He was afraid of him. You know he got an evil spirit on the inside of him. He said, you believe in one Elohim? He said, the Satans also believe and they tremble. He was afraid of him. But he departed. He says, Saul was afraid of David because Yahuwah was with him. But he departed from Saul. Yahuwah departed from Saul. He departed from Saul. So Saul removed him from his presence. Because Yahuwah used to be with Saul. Now he with David. Because everything David does. Saul's whole goal is to mess it all up. That's Saul's whole goal. Why do you think he's pursuing him in the stronghold? Why do you think he's watching him and following him everywhere he goes? Why do you think he got people around watching what he does? Why do you think he's hiring people to tell him to go see if this is true and hiring people to send him to come spy out where he at? Why do you think he's doing that? Because Yahuwah departed from him. And he's trying to mess up and destroy David and destroy everything he's trying to do. He says, and guess what he says? And removed him from his presence and made him a commander of thousands. That's what he did. Saul removed him because he had power to do that. And he went out and came in before the people. And David had success in all his undertaking. Why? Because he said, trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. He said, the book of the Torah should not depart of your heart, out of your mouth. You should meditate on it human night. And guess what? You're going to have much success. Why do you think every time he inquired of Yahuwah answered him? And then what happened after that? Length and days and long life was added to him. Because Saul was trying to kill him. Saul was trying to kill him. Saul was trying to take him out. Saul was trying to destroy, kill, steal, and destroy. And it says Yahuwah was with him. And when Saul saw that he had great success, he had great Selah, he stood in fearful awe of him. But all Yasharal and Yehuda loved David, for he went out and came in before them. They loved him. But Saul, he had an evil spirit. So that same evil spirit that you saw, we was reading about when David was inquiring and Saul was pursuing him, that same evil spirit, this is before that happened. That same evil spirit was still on Saul the whole time he was pursuing David in his thoughts. And he kept focusing on David and destroying him and killing him. Just like he tried to pin him to the wall twice. That same evil spirit was still in his mind. And that same evil spirit was still giving orders and telling people what to do. And the people didn't know that he had an evil spirit on him that was trying to take David out. And they were taking orders from a demon, an evil spirit. They didn't even know he was taking orders from an evil spirit. For the only sole purpose is to destroy David. Here this is verse 17. And then Saul said to David, here is my elder daughter. Right? So after Saul did all of that, Saw he would have great success, and saw that nothing he did worked. He moved him out of his presence. He saw try to kill him twice, try to pin him to the wall. All these because he was he was jealous and envious, and he wanted, and he felt like, and he knew that he was going to take the kingdom from him. Saul, let's see what Saul does. Now remember, he still got the evil spirit on the inside of his mind. He still has the evil spirit. Then Saul said to Daud, "Here is my elder daughter." So he's saying this with the evil spirit and the evil intent. He still got the evil spirit in his mind. "Here is my elder daughter Merab, and I will give her to you for a wife. Only be valiant for me and fight Yahuwah's battles." He said, I'll give her to you for a wife. This is my daughter. Just fight Yahuwah's battle. So he using a woman. He using a woman to coerce him to do something for him. For Saul thought, "Let not my hand be against him." So he like, I'm gonna use this woman to make him go out and fight battles. For Saul thought, because remember we just talked about, he thought in his mind when he tried to pin him into the wall. In his thoughts, he eyed David. The evil spirit rushed upon him. It was all in his mind, his makashah, his thoughts, his imaginations. Every plot and purpose became evil continually. That's why when we read, it says Saul eyed David continually. Every thought and imagination toward him was evil continually. Just like Saul was pursuing Daud when he was in the valley, in the strongholds, in the mountains, amongst other people. He said he pursued him every single day. Just like Yahuwah said, every thought. He said, "It grieved me that I even made man on the earth." And amazingly, she told Shemuel, "It grieved me that I even made you king." Because every thought and imagination is now evil continually. He said, so he thought, "Let not my hand be against him." So he's in his mind like, I ain't gonna do it. Cause I would try to do it, I can't get him. But let the hand of the Philistines be against him. So hopefully they kill him. Hopefully they do it. And Daud said to Saul, "Who am I, and who are my relatives, my father's clan in Yasharal, that I should be the son-in-law to the king?" He's like, "Man, I'm nobody. I'm from the lowest." He's like, "I ain't even nobody." But at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to Daud, because he promised him, he's like, "Man, go out and fight my war. Hopefully the Philistines kill you." He was hoping. Guess what happens? It was supposed to be given to David. She was given to Adriel, the Mahalite, for a wife. So he lied. Saul didn't even keep his word. So he got a lying spirit now. Because, slander, jealousy, all mate with lying. And they work together with Satan. Why do you think he's trying to kill Saul? Now he lying. He didn't keep his word on what he said. Because he was hoping that the Philistines would kill him. And he did all these things he did with an evil spirit in his mind. He still has it. Now Saul, guess what he said? Now Saul's daughter Michal loved Daud. And they told Saul, and this thing pleased him. So now he don't use his first daughter to try to get David killed. And now he getting ready to use his second daughter that loves David, because the first daughter, he was going to give the first daughter, but then he didn't keep his word. But because he was hoping that he died, he did that with an evil spirit. Now he's going to use his second daughter. Now you see right here. It says, and Saul, it says, and now Saul's daughter Michal loved Daud. And they told Saul, and the thing pleased him. He's like, man, this thing pleased him. But did it please him for good? And Saul thought, they're going to thoughts again, that evil Ra, that evil spirit that's still on him, let me give her to him, that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. So he's still trying to get the Philistines to kill David. He's still trying to get the Philistines to take out Daud. He's still trying. He's still trying. And he's using both his daughters as bait. Guess what happens? Therefore Saul said to Daud a second time. There we go. He evaded him twice. David inquired of him twice. When Saul was trying to pursue him, when he was going to fight the Philistines, because David inquired of Yahuwah every time you go, right? And then, now he's using his two daughters twice. And he even invaded Saul twice. All this is established by Yahuwah, right? It says, you shall now be my son-in-law. Because he was hoping that the Philistines do it. So he's only saying it through deceit. The same thing he just said the first time. And Saul commanded his servants, speak to Daud in private. So now he's still with the evil spirit. Now he's telling his servants, the people that's around him, or the people part of his kingdom or community or group, speak to Daud in private and say, behold, the king has delight in you. He say, go lie on my behalf. And say, man, I love you. I care about you. I mean, you're such a great soldier. You're such a great lottery player. You're so great going out to fight those Philistines. He said, go lie on my behalf. Because he ain't got no delight in David. He's trying to kill him. So the servants ignorantly, not even knowing they're obeying the evil spirit. Because it's deep down, it's just secret things. They don't know. And all his servants love you, right? So he said, everybody loves you. The whole community loves you. All the servants, the congregation loves you. The pastor loves you. The teachers love you. Everybody loves you. Everybody cares about you. They have shalom. They want everything for you. Not even knowing he had an evil spirit. He commanded the people to do that. Not even knowing. It says, now then become the king's son-in-law. Now he like, become my son-in-law. That's all it was trying to do. But in order to become his son-in-law, he had to do something. And Saul's servant spoke to those words in the ears of Daud, and Daud said, does it seem to you a little thing to become the king's son-in-law, since I am a poor man with no reputation? And he's like, David, like Daud, like, I'm becoming the king's son-in-law, I'm broke. I ain't got no money. He said, I ain't got no money. He said, I'm broke. He said, I'm a poor man, I ain't got no reputation. Shoot, nobody know my name out here. I ain't got no reputation out here. I ain't got no money. Nobody know my name. And I'm gonna be walking with the kings and the high ups. He said, I have no reputation. And I'm a poor man. You can't marry a king's daughter if you ain't got no money. You can't marry an elite daughter if you ain't got no money. You can't marry a billionaire's daughter without no money. You can't marry a millionaire's daughter without no money. It makes absolutely no sense. But Daud said, man, and he understood that. I'm a poor man. I ain't got no reputation. And the servants of Saul told him, thus, and so Daud did speak. Because David said, I was poor, because he was trying to get the Philistines to kill him. So you see, you got Saul, who rich, who was like an oppressor, got an evil spirit trying to kill a poor man. Not by his hand, because he already tried it twice. But he going to get the hand of the Philistines to do it. It says, thus, so did Daud speak. Then Saul said, thus you shall say to Daud, the king desires no bride price, because it costs money to be with Michal, because she's a virgin. She's a virgin. Because you got to pay the price, the bride's price. Except 100 foreskins of the Philistines. Because he's still trying to set him up. He's setting him up with a virgin. Because he knows that if the Philistines kill him, then guess what? His whole evil plot is accomplished. But he has to pay the bridal price in order for that to happen. Because he was a poor man. Because he's still trying to get him to go out to war. And he's a poor man and he ain't got nothing. And he's saying, no, you ain't got to pay the bridal price because it costs money to marry a virgin. You got to pay money. You can't be broke marrying no virgin. To be with a woman that's a virgin, that has not known a man, it costs money. You have to pay. It's not cheap. But it says right here, said that he may be avenged on the king's enemies. Right? He said, all I want is 100 foreskins of the Philistines. Now Saul thought to make Daud fall by the hand of the Philistines. That's what he does. They counsel you to make you fall. That's what they do. Why do you think he was spying on him? Why do you think he was listening? Why do you think he would have people around him spying on him? Because he was trying to figure out a way to make him fall, to take the kingdom. Because he knew through craftiness and wickedness and evil plots that was going to happen. And when his servants told Daud these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law before the time had expired. So he did all that just to get it all to transpire. He said, man, it pleased me to man, hopefully I can get it before the time had expired. It pleased Dawood well to be the king's son-in-law before the time had expired. Why? Because once you make a promise for a bride's price, or a promise to be married, you have a certain period of time that you must do it in. You can't do it for like a whole year, 2 years. Like these transactions don't take that long. These exchanges don't take that long. Just like the first daughter, the time expired, it came time for him to give to Dawood. Guess what happened? Because he promised a time and he gave it to somebody else because he didn't keep his word. Because he was going out and fighting the wars, but he didn't give him the daughter. Now this one, he's going out, he's doing it again. Notice he's doing it again twice. He's using the women and the Philistines again to get David killed twice. And Dawood arose and went along with his men and killed 200 of the Philistines. And Dawood brought their foreskins, which were given in full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law. So by blood, he took the foreskins of Philistines. So when you cut, it creates blood. And Saul gave him his daughter Michal for a wife. So Saul kept his word after he did that. But he was hoping that this didn't happen. He was hoping the Philistines would kill him, but they didn't. So he had no choice. Once he showed up with the foreskins, he's like, man, I gotta give him my daughter. But when Saul saw and knew that Yahuwah was with Dawood and that Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him, Saul was even more afraid of Dawood. So Saul was his enemy continually, which means that he still had the evil spirit on the inside. Then the commanders of the Philistines came out to battle, and as often as they came out, Dawood had more success. So the more battles he fought, the more success he had than all the servants of Saul, so that his name became highly esteemed. Because he was first said, I'm a poor man, and I ain't got no reputation. Now he got reputation, and he got Saul's daughter. And he was poor, he ain't have nothing. He came from nothing, and he's like, now look at me. Now I got this name amongst people. So this is, but you can see, it costs money to marry a virgin. You got to pay the price. You got to pay the bridal price in order to marry a virgin. This is Genesis, Bereshit 24, 1-8. Now Abraham was old, well advanced in years, and Yahuwah had barak Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his household, who had charge of all that he had, put your hand under my thigh, that I may make you swear by Yahuwah, your Elohim of Shamaim and Elohim of earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but will go to my country and my kindred and take a wife for my son Yitzhak. The servant said to him, perhaps the woman may not be willing to follow me into this land. Must I then take your son back to the land from which you came? Abraham said to him, see to it that you do not take my son back there. Right? Don't take him back there. And Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shamaim, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke to me and swore to me, to your offspring will I give this land. He will send his malach before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be free from the oath of mine. Only you must not take my son back there. So the servants put his hand under his thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning this matter. Right? He made a covenant with him. It's the same thing Saul did the first time. What did he do? He didn't give his daughter to David. Then when it came time for a virgin, he said, okay, he'll go to bridal price. But he said, I ain't got the money to pay the bridal price. He said, give me 100 foreskins of the Philistines. Give me the foreskins of the Philistines and I'll give you my daughter. Hoping that the Philistines would kill him twice, but they didn't. And Saul was afraid of him. But Saul was pursuing him for a long time. He was his enemy continually. But then you see, David was able to pray the bride of Christ, and Michal was able to be his wife, the virgin. And so, verse 10 says, Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, taking all sorts of choice gifts from his master. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made the camels kneel down outside the city by the well of water at that time of evening, the time when women come out to draw. So the evening time, that's when women come out to draw from the well. And he said, Yahuwah Elohim of my master Abraham, please grant me success today and show steadfast love to my master Abraham. So he was saying, what type? He said, the women come by the well at evening time. Behold, I am standing by the springs of water. That's where they're going to be at. He said he'd be like a tree planted by rivers of living water. They're going to be like by springs of water. And the daughters of, he says, and the daughters of men of the city are coming out to draw water. Because where there's water, there's life. Let the young woman to whom I shall say, please, let your jar that I may drink, let down your jar that I may drink, and who shall say, drink, and I will water your camels, let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Gitzah. But this I shall know, that you have shown steadfast love to my master. So he inquired of Yahuwah. And he described to Yahuwah what he needed to see in order for him to know that you are the Elohim of Abraham. And he inquired of Yahuwah. That's the same thing Daud did. And guess what happens? But he said, this is the type woman, if she does exactly these things, and she lets down her jar and lets me drink, and then she says the camels also, if she does extra, he said, that's the woman. Let her be that person. Right? And he prayed this. Before he had finished speaking, so he's still talking. Behold, Rebekah, who was born of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her water jar on her shoulder. The young woman was very attractive in appearance, a maiden, a virgin, whom no man had known, which means she ain't know no other man. She don't have no memory or understanding of anybody. She never was with anybody, man. She went down to the spring and filled her jar and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, please give me little drink, to drink from your jar. She said, drink, my master. And she quickly let down her jar upon her hand and gave him a drink. Then she had finished giving him a drink. She said, I will draw water for your camels also. He just prayed this to Yahuwah, exactly in this sequence. That's how you know Yahuwah heard him. That's how you know Yahuwah heard him. He made it happen before it happened. He was praying, and by the time he finished even talking, Yahuwah already had it already in motion. It says, your camels also, until they have finished drinking. She quickly emptied her jar into the trough and ran again to the well to drink water, and she drew for all his camels. The man gazed at her in silence to learn whether Yahuwah had prospered his journey or not. And when the camels had finished drinking, the man took the gold ring weighing a half a shekel and the 2 bracelets for her arms weighing 10 gold shekels, and said, please, tell me whose daughter you are. It says, is there a room in your father's house for us to spend the night? Wow, because a man's supposed to go to the father in order to take a daughter to be his wife, a virgin daughter, because there's a transaction that's getting ready to take place. Because she's a virgin. And he gotta go talk to the father to come up with a deal on this transaction. This is how they did it in times past, right? They pay him the bridal price. He put gold rings that was weighing about 10 shekels, right? He had put 2 bracelets on all these are all a part of the bridal price. When you're marrying a virgin, you gotta, it's some gold and some silver. There's some transactions that have to take place. It says, please tell me whose daughter you are. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night? She said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. Right? The word for maiden is Bethula. It means a virgin, a maid, a bride, a virgin bride, a Bethula. Right? You add a Bethula, you get the Bait is 2, the T is 400, the Wu is 6, the Lamed is 30, the Ha is 5, which is to what? 4? 443. Right, so you look at all these attributes. And then you start to see Bethula for a woman. Or you look at a woman that's a virgin. Right, so you look at a woman that's a virgin, and you look at the attributes of a woman, right, that has never known a man. That means a nobody. And then when you don't know, haven't known anybody, then guess what happens? What happens? Then your value is up at a certain price, right? And you have to pay the price, and the person has to pay that price in order for that to take place, right? In order for that to take place, right? So you look at Bethula, it equals to 443, which equals, you add all at 4 plus 4 plus 3 equals to 11, right? 1 plus 1 equals to 2, right? Equals to 2, right? Just like a 364-day cycle, right? You have 182 thrones, 182 thrones, 182 thrones, which equals to 11, right? 182 thrones to go to early summer, or 182 thrones to go to the longest day, 182 thrones to go to the shortest day, right? All these take place during the 364-day cycle, right? As the sun travels along the 7 celestial circles. Right? Verse 25 says, continue on, she added, we have plenty of both straw and fodder and room to spend the night. The man bowed his head and worshipped Yahuwah, because you got to pay the bridal price, right? For why did he worship Yahuwah? Because he answered his prayer. It was just like he said. It was confirmation. He inquired of Yahuwah. That's the first thing. And then Yahuwah confirmed it. That's the second thing. It is established. And said, Barak be Yahuwah, the Elohim of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his steadfast love and his faithfulness toward his master. As for me, Yahuwah led me in the way to the house of my master's kinsman. Then the young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Because he realizes this thing is of Yahuwah. And Rebekah had a brother whose name was Laban. And Laban ran out to the man to the spring. As soon as he saw the ring, the bracelets on his sister's arm, and heard the words of Rebekah his sister, thus the man spoke to me. He went to the man, right? That's all once he heard it. I saw all that, and I saw thus what the man spoke. He went to the man, and behold, he was standing by the camels at the spring. He said, come in, O Barak, or blessed of Yahuwah. Because he's like, man, you blessed, you Barak. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels. So the man came to the house and harnessed the camels and gave straw to the fodder to the camels. And there was water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. Then food was set before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have said what I have to say. He said, speak on. I came to the spring and said, Yahuwah, the Elohim of my master Abraham, if now you are prospering the way that I go, behold, I am standing in the spring water. Let the virgin who comes out to draw water, to whom I shall say, please give me a little water from your jar to drink, and who will say to me, drink, and I will draw for your camels also, let her be the woman whom Yahuwah has appointed for my master's son. Before I had finished speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came out with her water jar on her shoulder, and she went down to the spring and drew water. I said to her, please let me drink. She quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give you your camels drink also. So I drank, and she gave the camels drink also. Then I asked her, whose daughter are you? She said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. So I put the ring on her nose, right, and bracelets on her arms. Then I bowed my head and worshipped Yahuwah and Barak Yahuwah, the Elohim of my master Abraham, who had led me by the right way to take the daughter of my master's kinsman for his son. Now then, if you are going to show steadfast love and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may return to the right hand or the left. Right, so he's looking at all these things. He described the whole situation. Verse 50 says, then Laban Bethuel answered and said, the thing has come from Yahuwah. We cannot speak either good or bad. Right, when things are of Yahuwah, you can't speak good or bad. Why do you think he told Laban the last time? He said, Yahuwah came in a dream. He said, be careful what I say. He said, I can't speak either good or bad. Be careful what you say, good or bad, because this is of Yahuwah. Because this is of Yahuwah. He said, be careful what you speak. The same thing when it came to Gamiel, when they were telling him don't not teach in his name. He said, be careful what you say, good or bad. Because if it's of Yahuwah, if it ain't of Yahuwah, it's going to come to nothing. But if it is, you might find yourself fighting against Yahuwah. You'll find yourself fighting against it. Verse 51 says, behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son. So Yahuwah has spoken. When Abraham's servants heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth before Yahuwah. And the servant brought out jewelry and silver and gold and garments and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave her brother and her mother costly ornaments. Why? Because you got to pay the bridal price. You have to pay the bridal price for a virgin. You have to pay for them. You have to pay. You have to pay the bridal price. Because she never known a man, which means you got to pay money. That transaction has to take place. He's making a transaction right here. Same thing with Dawood when he had brought the Philistine the foreskin to marry a virgin daughter, Michal. He had to bring a bridal price. You had to bring money. It costs money. So how many virgins in this world have been defiled and nobody paid the bridal price? How many virgins have been taken? How many transactions how many transactions have not been taken? Look how much debt is out here. How many virgins have been taken without the father even knowing, and nobody paying any money? Nobody giving any gold and silver. Nobody did any type of transaction. The price has to be paid for a virgin. The price has to be paid to marry a virgin. The bridal price has to be paid to marry a virgin. Right? Verse 55 says, her brother and her mother said, let the young woman remain with us a while, at least 10 days. After that, she may go. Yeah, please let her stay here at least 10 days. But he said to them, do not delay me, since Yahuwah has prospered my way. Once Yahuwah prosper your way, don't even delay. He's like, send me away that I may go to my master. Then they said, let us call the young woman and ask her. And they called Rebekah and said to her, will you go with this man? That's how you gonna know he prospered away, because she gonna say, and guess what she said? I will go. So they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they brought Rebekah and said to her, O sister, may you become thousands of 10,000s. You know what the women said to David and Saul? Saul had his thousands, and David his 10,000s. And may your offspring possess the gate of those who hate him. You know what David was getting ready to do? He was getting ready to get the kingdom, and Saul knew it. And Saul hated him, and he eyed David for the whole time. Matter of fact, he pursued him all his days. Day and night. He wasn't meditating on the barroom at night and having success. He would meditate on David and how to kill him and destroy him and to take him down. Human. Verse 61 says, Then Rebekah and her young women arose and rode on the camels and followed the man. Thus the servant took Rebekah and went his way. Now Yitzhak had returned from Bel-Lahai and was dwelling in Negeb. And Yitzhak went out to meditate in the field toward evening. He went to go meditate toward evening. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, there were camels coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes. And when she saw Yitzhak, she dismounted from the camel and said to the servant, Who is the man walking in the field to meet us? The servant said, It is my master. And she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things that he had done. Then Yitzhak brought her into the tent of Sarah, his mother, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. So Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. Right. So you look at all these things transpired, and then what do you see? You see a woman in less than a couple of days being promised to marry somebody and marrying somebody. Through a virgin woman, through a transactional between a man paying the bridal price. Because somebody has to pay the price for a virgin. You can't take a virgin without paying some money. Because that's the only way you can do it. You have to pay the bridal price. Because you need to have money to do it. Now, if you don't have any money, you need to find a way to, how you say, like David's like, I'm poor. That was like, I'm poor. How am I going to be able to pay the bridal price? Right, this Bereshit 25:19. These are the generations of Yitzhak, Abraham's son. Abraham fathered Yitzhak. Yitzhak was 40 years old when he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean of Panaram, the sister of Laban, to be his wife. So, Yitzhak didn't get married till he was 40 years old, which means Yitzhak was a virgin. He never had intercourse with a woman until he was 40 years old. I say this is the original 40-year-old virgin. Till he was 40. So you got a virgin, two virgins together. But at the same time, all this took place. He said, this is of Yahuwah. He said, you can't speak good or bad when it comes to this. You can't. You can't. Right, so this is Bereshit 28, 1-3. Then Yitzhak called Yaakov, right, the same 40-year-old virgin, called Yaakov and baraked him and directed him, you must not take a wife from the Canaanite women. Arise and go to Panaram, the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take your wife from there, one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. So he's doing the same thing. He said, do the same thing I did, Yitzhak, or Yaakov. The same thing Eleazar did for me. Eleazar did for me. Do the same thing. Go take a woman from there. Just like I took your mother. Your mother came from there. You need to go find your woman just like your mother. It says, and Yahuwah Almighty barak you and make you fruitful and multiply. Right? He said, that's what he's going to do. It says, Yahuwah Almighty barak you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may become a company of peoples. He's like, so that's what's going to happen when you go back there. you take a woman from there. He said, you're going to be fruitful and multiply. Let's see. This Bereshit 29:1. Then Yaakov went on his journey and came to the land of the people of the east. As he looked, he saw a well in the field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it. For out of that well the flocks were watered. The stones on the well's mouth was large. And when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the mouth of the well and water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place over the mouth of the well. That's the same thing that happened with Eleazar. He came by the well of water. And the women came in the evening time to draw from the well. But let's see if anything repeats itself. And Yaakov said to them, my brother, where do you come from? And they said, we are from Haran. He said to them, do you know Laban the son of Nahor? They said, we know him. He said to them, is it well with him? They said, it is well. See, recall, his daughter is coming with the sheep. But you see, this time, when he sent them to Laban's house, to the house of Laban, the same place where Rebekah came from, but what do you see? You don't see no servant going there. And a matter of fact, you don't see, like Eleazar had to put his hand under his thigh and tell him not to take a wife of the Canaanites. Yitzhak just told him don't. He said you need to go back. But he told Yitzhak, don't take my son back there. But Yaakov, he said, go back. He said, go back. Go. You need to take a wife from Laban's house. Go there. Well, let's see. And he said to them, do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, we know him. He said to them, is it well with him? They said, it is well. And see, recall, his daughter is coming with the sheep, because he come in the evening time. He said, behold, well, actually, this is what he said right here. He said, recall, his daughter is coming with the sheep. He said, behold, it is still high day. It is not time for the livestock to gather together, because he knew that they come in the evening time. He like, hold on, it's still noontime. Why would the women be coming here to the well right now? He said to them, behold, it is still high day. It is not time for the livestock to be gathered together. He says, water the sheep and go and he said, water the sheep and go pasture them. But they said, we cannot until all the flocks are gathered together. And he said, water the sheep and pasture them. He said, we cannot until all the flocks are gathered together and the stone is rolled from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep. And while he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. And with her shepherdess is Ra'ah. She was a Ra'ah. Now as soon as Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, Jacob came near and rolled the stone from the well and watered the flock of Laban. They watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. Because Jacob did it. He rolled it back himself. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kinsman, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And as soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And it says, Jacob told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, surely you are my bone and my flesh. And he stayed with him a month. Right. So you see all these things transpiring. He kissed Rebekah, and she ran and told her father. And she ran and told her father. And as soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. All that took place, right? But it said right here, then Laban said to Jacob, because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Because he was there a month. tell me what shall be your wages be, because he wasn't getting paid for the things he was doing around. He wasn't just sitting around doing nothing. You get what he said? And now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful in form and appearance. Jacob loved Rachel, and he said, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel. And Laban said, it is better that I give her to you than I should give her to any other man. Stay with me. He said, it's better that I give her to you than anybody else. I ain't giving her to nobody else. Because that's what happens. The father gives the daughter away. But he's like, I'd rather give her to you than somebody else. But it says, so Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her. So the price that Jacob wanted for his wages was a human being, a daughter. He said, I work 7 years worth of money, 7 years worth of pay. I will work just for your daughter. So you think about the value of that. How much value that is. That's 7 years of work for one human being. 7 years of work for one person. Think how much is that worth? So was Rachel a virgin? It doesn't say if she was a virgin. But you see how he's willing to work 7 years of pay just for one person. Then Jacob said to Laban, give me my wife that I may go into her. Right? For my time is completed, right? Because he had a certain period of time that he had to complete. Just like when Daud betrothed, or when Saul promised his daughters, there was a certain period of time that you had to complete it in. So Laban gathered together all the people of the place and made a feast. But in the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. And it says, and Laban gave his female servant Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her servant. And in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Laban, what is this that you have done to me? Do I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me? Why? Because it was in darkness. He said, you deceived me. And Laban said, it is not so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me 7 years. So Jacob did so and completed her week. Why? Because the wedding feast was 7 days. He had to complete the week. Then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his female servant Bilhah, the daughter Rachel, to be her servant. So Jacob went into Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and served Laban another 7 years. Right? So he got married to one woman. He said, complete the week of this one. So he's like, man, first complete the week of this woman I just gave you. Complete the wedding feast for this one. And then I'll give you the other one at the end of the wedding feast. Ain't that something? It says, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me 7 years. He gave him all, for serving him 7 years, that's 7 years worth of pay. Man, he said, man, I'll give you 2 women for that. And then he served him another 7 years after that. He did that. He's like, you deceived me. But all that he had to do in order to get the brides. he had to, that was 7 years worth of pay to get both of them. So he ended up getting double for working 7 years, 7 years of work for one bride. All that he did. All right, this is Bereshit 34, 1 through 17. Now Dana, the daughter of Leah, whom she had born to Jacob, went out to see the women of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her, he seized her and lay with her and humiliated her. And his son was drawn to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to him. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Give me this girl to be my wife." Now Jacob heard that he had defiled his daughter. So now his virgin daughter just been defiled. He done seized her, and his virgin daughter has been defiled. Now he ain't got no more bridal price, right? All these things take place. Now these people are not even his people. He's like, man, my daughter has now been defiled. So his sons were with his livestock in the field. So Jacob held his peace until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. The sons of Jacob had come in from the field as soon as they heard it. And it says, they came in from the field as soon as they heard it, and the men were indignant and very angry. It says, why? It says, and the men were very indignant and very angry because they had done an outrageous thing in Yasharal by lying with Jacob's daughter. For such things are not to be done. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longed for your daughter. Please give her to him to be his wife. Make marriages with us. Why? Because now that virgin daughter is now defiled, and something has to take place. Because somebody has to pay the price for this daughter. This virgin daughter being defiled. Somebody has to pay the price. Right? Because a virgin is worth money. Somebody has to pay the price. Because there's a bridal price that has to be paid. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, my soul of my son Shechem longs for the daughter. Please give him to be a wife. Make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. Ye shall dwell with us, and the land will be open to you. Dwell and trade in it. Right? So they're using money, and get property in it. And Shechem also said to her father and her brothers, Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me, I will give. Ask me for a great bride price, and give, and you will, and I will give whatever you say to me. Why? Because a virgin, when she's defiled, after she's defiled, you got to pay money. Everybody understood this in times past. When a virgin daughter is defiled, and somebody lays with her, there's some type of transaction has to take place in order to marry that woman. There's a transaction that has to take place, and you have to negotiate with the fathers or the brother. You have to negotiate. It says, and I will give you whatever you say to me. Only give me the young woman, to be my wife. The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he had defiled his sister Dinah. They said to him, we cannot do this thing, or give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that will be a disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we agree with you, that you will become as we are, and by every male among you being circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to ourselves, and we will dwell with you and become one people. But if you will not listen to us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and we will be gone. Their words pleased Hamor, and Hamor the son of Shechem. It says, and the young men did not delay to do the thing, because he delighted in Jacob's daughter. Now he was the most honored of all his father's house. So Hamor and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city and spoke to the men of their city, saying, These men are at peace with us. Let them dwell in the land and trade in it. For behold, the land is large enough for them. Let us and their daughters, let us take their daughters as wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only on this condition will the men agree to dwell with us to become one people. When every male among us is circumcised, as they are circumcised, will not their livestock, their property, and all their beasts be ours? Only let us agree with them, and they will dwell with us. And all who went out of our gates of the city listened to Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of this city. On the third day, when they were sore, two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and came against the city while it felt secure, and killed all the males. Then killed Hamor and his son Shechem with the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went away. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their flocks and their herds and their donkeys and whatever was in the city and in the field, and all their wealth, and their little ones and their wives, and all that was in the house they captured and plundered. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have brought trouble on me by making me stink in the inhabitants of the land, and the Canaanites and the Perizzites. It says, My numbers are few, and if they gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household. But they said, Should he treat our sister like a prostitute? Right, so we read all that. The only reason we read it, because in order for them, they felt like in order to receive the bride price from him, that he may be their wife, well, that she may be his wife, they had to be circumcised. But they did it deceitfully, and they killed all the men in the city, and they took their sister back for the city because they wouldn't let her go. Because he loved her, and he had her in the city, and they wouldn't let her go. So they went in and rescued her. After they got circumcised, they went in and killed everybody. Because there was a reason why they killed them. Right? But at the same time, that a lot of things transpired, and a lot of things, how you say it, things that should have happened didn't happen. But at the same time, this is the book of Ashr 33, 5 through 22. There's a moral to the story. Because you got to pay the price for a virgin. But they didn't know that the price that they're going to pay with their lives for defiling the virgin. Because somebody got to pay the price. This is the book of Ashr 35, 5 through 22. And at that time, some of the women of the inhabitants of the land went out of the city of Shechem to dance and rejoice with their daughters of the people of the city. It's like a music festival or some type of dancing festival. And when they came and they went forth, then Rachel and Leah, the wives of Jacob, with their families, also went to behold the rejoicing of the daughters of the city. And Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, also went along with them and saw the daughters of the city. And they remained there before these daughters, whilst all the people of the city were standing by them to behold their rejoicing. And all the people of the city were there. And Shechem, the son of Hamor, the prince of the land, was also standing there to see them. And Shechem beheld Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, sitting with her mother before her family, before the daughters of the city. And the damsel pleased him greatly. And he asked his friends and his people, saying, Whose daughter is that sitting amongst the women, whom I do not know in this city? And they said unto him, Surely this is the daughter of Jacob, the son of Yitzhak, the Abri Hebrew, who has dwelt in this city for some time. And when it was reported that the daughter of the land were going forth to rejoice, she went with her mother and made servants to sit among them as thou seest. And Shechem beheld Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and when he looked at her, his soul became fixed upon Dinah. and he sent and had her taken by force. Right, so he had her taken by force. Right, there's a difference between taking somebody by consent, and he took her by force. And Dinah came to the house of Shechem, and he seized her and forcibly lay with her and humbled her. And he loved her exceedingly and placed her in his house. Right, he just took her. He took her, lay with her, defiled her, and kept her locked away in his house. And they came and told this thing to Yaakov, and when Yaakov heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, Yaakov sent 12 of his servants to fetch Dinah from the house of Shechem. And they went and came to the house of Shechem to take away Dinah from them. Because he took her by force. He took her by force and held her in the house, and he lay with her, and he forced himself on her. Verse 13 says, and when they came to Shechem, he says, when they came to Shechem, and when they came, Shechem went out to them with his men and drove them from his house. And he would not suffer them to come before Dinah, but Shechem was sitting with Dinah, kissing and embracing her before their eyes. And the servants of Yaakov came back and told him, saying, when we came, he and his men drove us away. And thus did Shechem do unto Dinah before our eyes. And Yaakov knew, moreover, that Shechem had defiled his daughter. Like he already knew. He took her by force, defiled her, and he defiled his daughter. But he said nothing, and his sons were feeding his cattle in the field, and Yaakov remained silent till their return. And before his sons came home, Yaakov sent 2 maidens from his servants' daughters to take care of Dinah in the house of Shechem. Right, so he sent more virgins. Right, he had a house full of virgins. He had sent more virgins to take care of Dinah in his house of Shechem, to remain with her in Shechem, to remain with her. And Shechem sent 3 of his friends to his father's Hamor, to his father Hamor, the son of Kikkadim, and the son of Pered, saying, give me the damsel for a wife. And Hamor, the son of Kikkadim, the Hivite, came, so he was a Hivite, came to the house of Shechem, his son, and he sat before him. And Hamor said unto his son, Shechem, is there no woman among the daughters of thy people, that thou wilt take a Abri woman who is not thy people? Right, so you see all these things transpiring. So you see our people, there are people that marry among their people, and then they had a people, they marry among their people. And they're like, you can't find another woman besides those people? And Shechem said to him, her only must thou get from me, for she is delightful in my sight. And Hamor did according to the word of his son, and he was greatly loved by him. For he was greatly loved by him. Verse 19 says, and Hamor went forth to Yaakov to commune with him concerning this matter. And when he had gone from the house of his son Shechem, before he came to Yaakov to speak unto him, behold, the sons of Yaakov had come from the field, as soon as they heard this thing that Shechem, the son of Hamor, had done. Right? All these things took place. As soon as they heard it, the thing that the sons of Hamor had done, they came from the field. And it says right here, and it says, and the men were very much grieved concerning their sister, and they came home fired with anger before the time of the gathering of the cattle. And they came and sat before their father, and they spoke unto him kindled with wrath, saying, surely death is due to this man and to his household, because Yahuwah, the Elohim of the whole earth, commanded Nuach and his children, that man shall never rob nor commit adultery, nor behold, he says that man shall neither rob nor commit adultery. Now behold, Shechem has both ravaged and committed fornication with our sister. So they basically basing it upon what Nuach said, because Nuach said you shouldn't steal and you should commit fornication. Now Shechem had both, he says, now they quoted the commandments, and now they're telling him what they're getting ready to do. Now behold, Shechem has both ravaged and committed fornication with our sister, and not one of all the people of the city spoke a word to him. He just did all that, and nobody said nothing to him. Verse 22 says, surely thou knowest and understandest that the judgment of death is due to Shechem and to his father and his whole city on the account of this thing that he has done. So he's saying, you broke. He said Nuach and his children, he said he commanded, Nuach said this. The Elohim of the whole earth commanded Nuach and his children. So he's literally telling you, you're part of Nuach and his children. You should already know this. Know what? You shouldn't steal, and you shouldn't commit adultery and fornication. He said, these people, you deserve to die. Okay. Skipping to verse 40, it says, and on the next morning, Shechem and Hamor, his father, came again unto Jacob and his sons to speak concerning Dinah, to hear what answer the sons of Jacob would give to her words. And the son of Jacob spoke deceitfully to them, saying, we told our father Yitzhak all your words, the same book of Yashar, and the words pleased him. But he spoke unto us, saying, thus did Abraham his father command him from Elohim Yahuwah of the whole earth, that any man who is not of his descendants that should wish to take one of his daughters shall cause every male belonging to him to be circumcised, as we are circumcised, and then we will give him our daughter for a wife. Verse 43 says, now we have made known to you all our ways that our father spoke to us, for we cannot do this of which you spoke unto us, to give our daughter to an uncircumcised man, for it is a disgrace to us. But herein will we consent to you, to give you our daughter, and we will also take unto ourselves your daughters, and will dwell amongst you, and be one people in you as you have spoken, if you will hearken unto us, and consent to be like us, to circumcise every male belonging to you as we are circumcised. Verse 45, if you will not hearken unto us, to have every male circumcised as we are circumcised, as we have commanded, then we will come to you and take our daughters from you and go away. Take our daughter from you and go away. He's saying, if you don't consent to it, we're going to take our daughter from you and go away. Right? And Shechem and his father Hamor heard the words of his sons of Jacob, and the thing pleased them exceedingly. And Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to do the wishes, the wants of the sons of Jacob, for Shechem was very fond of Dinah, and his soul was riveted to her. And Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to the gate of the city, and they assembled all the men of their city, and spoke unto them the words of the sons of Jacob, saying, we came to these men, the sons of Jacob, and we spoke unto them concerning their daughter, and these men will consent to do according to our wishes. And behold, our land is great in extent for them, and they will dwell in it and trade in it, and we shall be one people, and will take their daughters, and our daughters we will give unto their wives. But only on this condition will these men consent to us to do this thing, that every male amongst us be circumcised as they are circumcised, as their Elohim commanded them. And when we shall have done according to their instructions to be circumcised, then will they dwell amongst us, together with their cattle and their possessions, and we will be as one people with them. And when all the men of the city heard the words of Shechem and his father Hamor, then all the men of their city were agreeable to this proposal, and they obeyed to be circumcised. For Shechem and his father Hamor was greatly esteemed by them, being the princes of the land. And on the next day, Shechem and Hamor his father rose up early in the morning, and they assembled all the men of their city in the middle of the city, and they called the sons of Jacob, called for the sons of Jacob, who circumcised every male belonging to them on that day and the next. And they circumcised Shechem and Hamor his father, and the 5 brothers of Shechem. And then everyone rose up and went home. For this thing was from Yahuwah against the city of Shechem. And from Yahuwah was Simeon's counsel in this matter, in order that Yahuwah might deliver the city of Shechem into the hands of the sons of into the hands of Jacob's 2 sons. This book of Yasha 34, 1-6. And the number of all the males that were circumcised were 645 men, and 245 children. But Kidden, the son of Perez, the father of Hamor, and his 6 brothers will not listen unto Shechem and his father Hamor, and they will not be circumcised. For the proposal of the sons of Jacob was loathsome in their sight, and it was wasteless, it was worthless, to be cast away. And their anger was greatly aroused at this, that the people of the city had not hearkened to them. And in the evening of the 2nd day, they found 8 small children who had not been circumcised, for the mothers had concealed them from Shechem and his father Hamor, and from the men of the city. And Shechem and his father Hamor sent to have them brought before them to be circumcised. When Kid had them, and his 6 brothers sprang at them with the swords and sought to slay them, and they sought to slay also Shechem and his father Hamor, and they sought to slay Dinah with them on this matter, slay Dinah with them on the account of this matter. And they said unto them, What is this thing that you have done? Are there no women amongst the daughters of your brethren, the Canaanites, that you wish to take yourselves daughters of the Hebrews, whom you knew not before? And will you do this act with your fathers, that your fathers never commanded you? Right, so they're looking at everybody's obeying their fathers, the sons of Jacob and the sons of Shechem. Everybody, some seeking to obey, some people are converting over, some are converting and some didn't. But at the same time, a daughter, a virgin is defiled. So therefore, somebody has to pay the price for that. Right, because he committed fornication and he stole her by force. He stole it by force, right? So this is the book of Exodus 34, 10-16. And he said, Behold, I am making a covenant before all your people. I will do marvels such as have not been created in all the earth or in any nation. And all the people among whom you shall see and all the people among whom and all the people among whom you are shall see the work of Yahuwah, for it is an awesome thing that I will do with you. Observe what I command you this day. Behold, I will drive out before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Take care lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land to which you go, lest it become a snare in your midst. It's going to be a snare. Why? Because they were like, we will be one people. You marry us and we'll marry your people. We'll be able to trade and do money. Right? And notice all these things are taking place. He even offered to pay the bridal price. But all of it was through deceit. It was all a snare. In verse 13 says, Ye shall tear down their altars and break down their pillars and cut down their asherim. It says, For you shall worship no other Elohim, for Yahuwah, whose name is jealous, is a jealous Elohim. Why? Because he set them all up. Lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they whore after their Elohim and sacrifice to their gods, and you are invited to eat of his sacrifices. And you take it, and you take their daughters for your sons, and their daughters whore after their Elohim, and make your sons whore after their Elohim. So all that, you see all that taking place, but then what are you seeing? You're seeing the next step of this whole thing. Right? So this is Devarim 22:13-21. If a man takes a wife and goes into her and then hates her, and he accuses her of misconduct and brings a bad name upon her, saying, I will take this woman, and when I came to near her, I did not find her evidence of virginity, right? So just like when somebody pays money, he paid the right price for a virgin. So he's upset at the transaction that took place. Verse 15, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the evidence of her virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to marry, and he hates her. And behold, he has accused her of misconduct, saying, I did not find in your daughter the evidence of virginity. And yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And it says, and they shall spread the cloak before the elders of the city. Then the elders of the city shall take the man and whip him. Why? They say they're gonna whip him because they basically saying that you bring up a false accusation against this man's daughter. He brought the evidence of his virginity, and then you accused her, and now you get whipped for it. Because she ain't a virgin. Came to marry this daughter, and this woman's not a virgin. And they brought him out. He said, okay, you have made a false accusation against a daughter in Yasharal. Therefore you get whipped. You get what it says. And they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver. And then they fine him after that. And give him, it says, and give them to the father of the young woman, right? So that 100 shekels of silver, they add as a penalty for just falsely accusing a virgin daughter. So that's how valuable a virgin was. It says, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he had brought a bad name upon the virgin of Yasharal, right? Because he brought a bad name unto the virgin of Yasharal, and she shall be his wife, and he may not divorce her all his days. Because he brought up a bad accusation. So now he got to pay 100. He already paid the bridal price for a virgin. He's saying, oh, she wasn't a virgin. So then now he gets whipped for falsely accusing, or saying something about a virgin of Yasharal. And then he got to pay the father 100 shekels of silver. And then he can't even divorce her all the days of his life, because that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to put her away. He couldn't do it. But if the thing is true, that the evidence of virginity was not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman to the doors of her father's house. So they got to do it right at the doors of the father's house. And the men of the city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done an outrageous thing in Yasharal by whoring in her father's house. So shall he purge the evil from your midst. Right? So just like that man from Shechem who took the daughter, Dinah, and took her by force and defiled her, they said that was an outrageous thing in Yasharal. And guess what they did? They were like, come on and be our people, get circumcised like us. Why? So they could execute judgment on him. Because he not only he defiled a virgin, by force he took her, and by force he lay with her, and he defiled her. So they said, therefore they already, in their mind, they already said that he's worthy of death. Well, let's see. Well, he said, you brought up a false accusation against a virgin. Man, fine him 100 shekels of silver, give it to the father, and then he can't put away all the days of his life. But if it's true, she dies. Right? This Devarim, Deuteronomy 22:23. If there is a betrothed virgin, so this woman is a betrothed or an engaged virgin, that means she ain't known a man and she betrothed, and a man meets her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out of the city, of that gate of that city, and ye shall stone them to death with stones. He said, kill them. That's what he said in Thomas Plan. He said, stone them to death. The young woman, because she did not cry for help. Now this woman's betrothed. Though she was in the city, And the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife, so shall you purge the evil from your midst. So you can clearly see. He's like, you violated his neighbor's wife, so shall you purge the evil from the midst of your city. That's what they say. Betrothed virgin. Because she's betrothed. He said you laid with another man's wife. So a woman is betrothed and she's a virgin, that's another man's wife. That's like you might as well just say that's committing adultery. Verse 25, skipping over verse 25, but if in an open country a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no offense punishable by death. For this case is like a man attacking and murdering his neighbor, because he met her in the open country, and though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. Because she was in the open country. In the city, there are many people around. So therefore, if she cries out, there's many people that can hear you in the city. But if you're in an open field and somebody lay with you, and you're betrothed, it's a difference, because nobody's going to hear you out in the open country. But in the city, somebody should hear you. When they lay with Dinah, she was in the city. She was in the city. They took her by force, and she was in the city and brought her into the house. So therefore, he said, you in the open country is different from when you're in the city. Verse 28 says, if a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver. So now you see why Shechem was like, I'll pay you the bride's price, whatever you ask, any gifts. But he was not of the people of Yasharal in order to do that. He said, whatever you got, whatever bride price you want it, I'll pay it. It says, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her, because he in the sin, he in the wrong. You violated her, right? When he took her by force, he violated her. The man who took her by force violated her, and he had to pay her father money. Now you had these people in the other city like, man, we'll pay you whatever you want. Just make marriages with us. But it said right here, he may not divorce her all the days of his life. Right? He said you can't divorce her all the days of your life. You can't put her away. You can't cut her away from your flesh. You can't cut her away from your flesh, because he said there's blood in that. He said you can't cut her away from your flesh. You can't get out of it because there's blood in it. Just like any other thing. So that word for betrothed is aras. It means betrothed, engaged. So you meet an engaged woman out, and she's a virgin. That's like sleeping with another man's wife. You meet a betrothed woman and she's not engaged. That's your wife when you sleep with her. If she's not betrothed and she's a virgin and you sleep with her, he's like, man, you're gonna have to pay the bride price. You should. How you say? Right, the word for betrothed, well, he said that word for it. He said if a man meets a virgin that is not betrothed and seizes her, that means to catch, to lay hold, to seize, to take hold, to be seized. Right? To take hold of her, right? Remember, they took Dinah by force. It was a virgin. She was a virgin. But you got to pay the price. Somebody has to pay the price for these virgins. Somebody got to pay the price for these women. This is Exodus 22:16. If a man seduces a virgin who is betrothed, this virgin, he says, if a man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed, right? So the other one was she was betrothed and she in the city and she ain't cry out. He's like that's like adultery. But he said, if a man sees a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall give the bride's price for her and make her his wife. He said, you got to pay money. There's a transaction in that. Right? Think about on earth, how many brides on the earth has been defiled that are virgins, that ain't been engaged or betrothed or anything, and nobody paid anything. Somebody had to pay the price once a virgin gets defiled. Either the person that defiled her or the father. It says right here, if her father utterly refuses to give her to him, because why do you think he says, I ain't giving you my daughter. Look at you. Why do you think he ain't saying Rachel wasn't a virgin? It's just saying that Laban said it's better that I give it to you than any other man. Because it's the father. Once the woman is in that state of, okay, he done violated my daughter, and he's willing to pay the bridal price for her. But if I look at him and I feel like, no, you're not taking my daughter, he says, but if the father refuses to give her to him, because he ain't got to give it to you, he shall pay equal the bride's price for the virgin. So if the son of somebody else violates a daughter who is a virgin who is not betrothed, and he's willing to pay the price, but the father refuses, then the father has to pay the price. But either way, somebody paying the price for this defiled virgin. Somebody got to pay the price. Nobody's sleeping with a virgin and nobody a Bethula and somebody paying the price. Either you gonna have to kill you gotta get some foreskin, you gotta bring some gold, some silver, some nose rings, you gotta bring some apparel, you gotta do something, or somebody's life. Somebody gonna pay the price. Somebody gonna pay the price, or either somebody's life, or even the life of a whole city. Somebody paying the price. Verse 16 says, well, going to it says the bride price. That word for bride price is ma'ar. If a man seduces a virgin and betrothed and lies with a woman, he shall give the bride price. The word for bride price is mahar. Mahar. It means what? To obtain, acquire, to pay or purchase price. I know this sounds crazy, but you gotta pay. But not only you saw that in Yasharal, you saw that in people outside. They're willing to pay. He said, man, we'll pay the money, whatever bride price it is, because you got to pay money to be with a virgin. Now, you can see this still in cultures today. You can see this in China. You can see this in Bulgaria. They call it the marriage market. They bring virgins there, and then they auction them off. They actually do a barter. These are people who are not even in the customs. And these things are, when you talk about Torah customs, and you look at other customs outside of that, and you see, oh, you got two people trying to do a transaction for a marriage. You see that with Laban. You saw that with father, two fathers coming together. Like, okay, my son wants your daughter. She's the father. Okay. Where all these all takes place. It's a transaction. A dowry, that's like a payment. Promise to marry payment. Surely a bargain. He said, I give you a bargain price, paying price. Right? If a father refuses to pay, he got to pay the bridal price. So now he can't offer it. It's like we read in Exodus, he can't advertise his daughter as a virgin anymore, who has not known a man. So the value went down. It don't went down. The value of it went down. But somebody got to pay the price. Somebody got to pay the price. Now you just don't jump out and say, oh, I wanted this and that. No, you gotta pay the price. A man gets married, pays $50,000 for a wedding. Well, in America, pay $50,000 for a wedding, $7,000 for a ring. They create these parties and feasts and festivals and clothes and dresses and all these things, right? And then guess what the man get? Irreconcilable differences in America. And the people that didn't even pay the price or pay any money or even part of the transactions, they have the most to say when it's irreconcilable differences. But they paid nothing. Irreconcilable differences. That's what they create in the country of America, or in some other countries. Why? Because nobody's committed to these things anymore like it was in times past. But they said, Ma'ar, dowry, you gotta pay the price. This is Ukanan 12:27. Now is my soul troubled. What shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. For this purpose, I have come to this hour, because somebody got to pay the price. For the betrothed woman, virgin, who lied with a man in the city who didn't cry out. For the woman who in the open field, and he lied with her, and she cried, but there was nobody to save her. For the woman who is betrothed, who is not betrothed, who is a virgin, the man lied with her, he got to pay the proper price, and he can't put away all the days. Just like a man who finds a betrothed woman, he defiles and he's willing to pay the proper price. But if the father refuses to give her to him, because he doesn't have to, then the father has to pay the price. But somebody has to pay the price for these virgins. Whether they not defile or defile, you got to pay the price. Somebody got to pay something. Look at all these transactions in the world that never took place. Look at all these people who are defrauded in the world that never took place. Look at all these brides, these daughters that have never had the bridal price paid for them after they were defiled. Now you see why Rachel ran to her father. He kissed me, father. Because you start looking at, okay, somebody got to pay the price for it. So you finna kiss my daughter and you ain't gonna pay no money? You finna touch my daughter, you ain't finna pay me nothing? That's what people have done. Let's make a deal. Right? You gotta have money. You be like David. David said, I ain't got no money to pay the bridal price. He ain't even going nowhere near a woman. But you're not today. People, he said, ain't got nothing, no poor. And guess what? They run off after they defile your daughter. Somebody gotta pay the price. Right, this is Ukanan 12:27. John 12:27. Now is my soul troubled. What should I say? Save me, Father, save me from this hour. For this purpose I have come to this hour. Father, kabod your name. Then a voice came from Shamayim. I have kaboded, and I would kabod it again, glorify it again. The crowd stood by there and heard it, said, this that it thundered. Others said, and Malach has spoken to him. Yahushua answered, this voice has come for your sake, not mine. Now is the judgment of this world. Now will the ruler of this world be cast out. And when I am lifted up from the earth, I will draw all people to myself. And he said this to show what type of death he was going to die. He said, I've come for this hour. Because somebody has to pay the price. Somebody got to do it. Matthew 27:26, 2-5. When Yahushua had finished all these things, he said to his disciples, you know that after 2 days the Pesach is coming, and the son of Adam will be delivered up to be crucified. Then the priests and the elders of the city, elders of the people, gathered into the palace of the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas, and plotted together in order to arrest Yahushua by stealth to kill him. But they said, not during the feast, lest there be an uproar among the people. He's like, man, they're going to say, go up by stealth. To what? To arrest him and to kill him. You know what Saul was trying to do to David? You know what Saul was trying to do? David had to inquire of Yahuwah. Is Saul coming up? He said, he coming up. Are the people going to give me up? He said, yeah, they're going to give me up. He said, he already did. Saul plotted by stealth with his 2 daughters. He's like, man, just go out and fight the Philistines. Go out and fight with the Philistines. And he tried to get him killed by the Philistines. Even used, it doesn't say the first one was a virgin, but Michal would definitely have said, you ain't got to pay the bridal price. But at the same time, he did promise his daughters, he didn't keep his word the first time. The second time he had to, because he thought he was going to die with the Philistines, and he still had to give him his daughter. He was afraid of him. And he was his enemy continually. Why do you think the chief priests and the elders and the leaders are his enemies continually? Matthew 26:14-16, ESV. Then one of the 12, whose name was Judas, went to the chief priest and said, "What will you give me if I deliver him over to you?" He said, "Wait, what you gonna pay?" He negotiating a gift. What you gonna give me if I give him over to you? It's like a broader price. What are you gonna pay me in order for me to give you my daughter? What you gonna pay me? He said, "What you gonna pay me?" And guess what happens? And they paid him 30 pieces of silver for what? To bring the virgin. To bring the bride. That's the broader price for the virgin. That's the broader price. So, how much you gonna pay me? So you can take him to be your wife. 30 pieces of silver. And from that moment, he saw opportunity to betray him. For that moment, man, he was pursuing him, trying to get him, and saw opportunity to what? Betray him, to set him up. Why do you think even when the evil spirit rested upon Saul, what was he trying to do? He saw opportunity to betray him, to kill him. That's all he was doing. Why do you think he pursued him all the way across, even to the mountain country? He was seeking opportunity to betray him. Matthew 26:52-56. Then Yahushua said to him, "Put your sword in your place. For all who take the sword will perish by the sword. Do you not think that I can appeal to my Father, and will at once send me more? He at once will send me more than 12 legions of Malachi. But how should the scripture be fulfilled? That it must be so." He's like, "I have to fulfill this. I got virgins who are being defiled. I got virgins who never had the price paid for, even after they were defiled. I got men who didn't even make the transactions. I got people who didn't even pay the bridal price. Who didn't even pay the price. I got men spying on people. I got men spying on people and trying to set them up to die. And people's enemies continue. I got men annabaing and prophesying with evil spirits on this. He said, "I have to fulfill the scripture." Verse 35, and at that hour, Yahushua said to the crowds, "Have you come out as a robber against a robber with swords and clubs to capture me? Day after day, I sat in the temple teaching, and you did not see me." He's like, "You came out to capture me? Then what did they do to Dinah? They came and took him by force. They came to her and took her by force into the house, and he forcibly laid with her without paying anything." And you see, Judas already got his money. Now he getting ready to bring the virgin to the chief priest. He getting ready to bring it to him. Why is he doing that? Because he had to fulfill the scripture. He has to fulfill the Torah. He has to fulfill these things. Why? This is Ukanai 18:1-4. After Yahushua had spoken these words, this is John 18:1-14. After Yahushua had spoken these words, he went out with his disciples across the Kidron Valley, where they entered a garden. Now Judas, his betrayer, also knew the place, because Yahushua had often met there with his disciples. Now Judas brought a band of soldiers and officers from the chief priests and the Pharisees, and they arrived at the garden carrying lanterns and torches and weapons. Yahushua, knowing all that was coming upon him, he already knew. When David was in the city, in Samuel, Shemuel, he said he already knew that Saul was coming, and he sought to do him harm. He already knew. And then he inquired of Yahuwah, is Saul coming down? He said, yes, Saul is coming down. Will the people give me up? He said, yes, they will. He inquired how many times? He inquired twice. Let's see. Yahusha, knowing all that was coming upon him, stepped forward and asked him, whom are you seeking? Yahusha of Nazareth. He said, Yahusha of Nazareth. They answered. He said, whom are you seeking? Yahusha of Nazareth. And they answered. Yahusha said, and they answered, I'm sorry. And Yahusha said, I am he. And Yehuda, his betrayer, was standing there with them. When Yahusha said, I am he, they drew back and fell to the ground. He said they drew back and fell to the ground. As soon as he said, I am he, they drew back and fell to the ground. When Rebecca told Eleazar whose daughter she was, after she did all of that, after she gave him water and the camels also, and he get the bracelets and all the ornaments on her, he said, whose daughter are you? And guess what? After he did that, what happened after she said that? He fell to the ground and worshipped Yahuwah. She fell to the ground. So he asked them again, whom are you seeking? Yahusha of Nazareth. And they answered, I told you I am he. Yahusha replied, how many times did David inquire of Yahuwah when Saul was pursuing him? Twice. How many times did Saul try to set David up to be killed by the Philistines? Twice. Why do you think Yahusha is saying this twice? He did it all by scheme. He used a woman, and he used the Philistines to try to get David killed. He did it twice. How many times did Saul try to pin David to the wall? Twice. He tried to kill him twice. Then he was his enemy continually. So if you are looking for, guess what it says? I told you that I am he, and Yahusha replied, so if you are looking for me, let these men go. This was to fulfill the word that was spoken. I have lost none whom you have given me. So when after David inquired of Yahuwah the second time, he said, will the people of the land give me up? And Yahuwah said, they're going to give you up. And then after David had did that, him and his men left. I don't know if you remember that. Him and his men left and dwelt in the hill country of Mazon, and went to the forest. They left. And it says, right? It says, and then Simon drew his sword and struck off the servant Harkahan and cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus. He said, put your sword back in your sheath. Yahusha said to Kal, shall I not drink of the cup my father has given me? I have to do this. I have to drink of the cup my father has given me. I have to drink of this cup my father has given me. Guess what it says? Then the band of soldiers with its commander and officers of the Yahudim arrested Yahusha and bound him. They took him by force. Just like Dinah was taken by force and brought into the house of Shechem. And what happened? He forcibly lay with her and defiled her. He forcibly lay with her. And guess what happens? And they brought him to Ananias, who was the father-in-law of Caiaphas, the high Khan that year. And Caiaphas was the one who had advised the Yahudim that it was better that one man should die for the people. And amazing, when Judas came to get Yahusha, he kissed her. when they came to the house, they saw Shechem kissing Dana, and they were doing it right in their sight. Just kiss me. He said, you betrayed me with a kiss? Yehuda? Judas? All at the same time. It's Yukonah 19:1. Then Pilate took Yahusha and flogged him. And the soldiers twisted together a crown of thorns and put it on his head and arrayed him in purple robe. Man, he flogged him. The word for flog is mestigu. That's G3146. It means flog and scourge. Scourge means a whip used as an instrument of punishment. What was the punishment for a man who accused a woman that wasn't a virgin? They whipped him. He said, I've taken this woman to be my wife, and I found her not a virgin. And the father of the city will come out and bring the actual evidence of the virginity. And then once the elders of the city seen it, then they whipped him. Why do you think they beating Yahusha? Why do you think they whipping him? Because the bride that he was supposed to marry wasn't a virgin. Yasharal and Yehuda are not virgins. He said, I went into this woman and I found her not a virgin. But they like, nah, we are virgins. But Yahusha already told him and said, you clean the outside of the cup, but inwardly, you are dead men's bones. You're a bunch of dead people. He said, you see this woman not even a virgin. They like, no, that is a virgin. The elders saying that they virgin. In actuality, the chief priest and all of them saying that, no, it's a virgin. And they whipping them. And it's absolutely true. But he said, but if it's not true, and she is not a virgin, then guess what? The man dies. The man has to die. That man who accused that woman is brought out in front of the city, in front of the elders, and they stone him to death, that she died, and you may purge evil from your camp. But even all that stoning that they did never purged evil from their camp. All the virgins that they may have stoned did not purge evil from their camp. All the people that they whipped did not purge evil from their camp. But why do you think Yahushua doing that? Why do you think he got to be whipped? This Matthew 27 through 30. Then the soldiers of the governor took Yahushua into the governor's headquarters, and they gathered the whole battalion before him, and they stripped him, and put a scarlet robe on him. And twisting a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and put a reed in his hand, and kneeling before him, and they mocked him, saying, Hail, Malach of the Yahudim, and they spit on him. And they took a reed and struck him on the head. And when they had mocked him, they stripped him of his robe and his own clothes, and put it on him, and led him away to crucify him. They just violated him. Why do you think he put on him a scarlet robe? Why do you think they stripped him of his clothes and put on his scarlet robe? They're just signifying his virginity. Because we just read he put on a purple robe, and then they put on a scarlet robe. All these things are symbolizing his virginity. They're defiling a virgin. Because he gave him 30 pieces of silver in order to bring them to him. And he did. They did. Right, so this is the book of Matthew 27, 11 through 26. Now when Yahushua stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, Are you the Malach of the Yahudim? Yahushua said, You have said so. But when he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer. Why do you think Yaakov, when his daughter was defiled, why do you think he didn't give no answer? Why do you think he did that? He found out his daughter was defiled by the other nations, and he said he gave no answer. He didn't even say nothing to the son. And when he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer. Then Pilate said to him, Do you not hear how many things they testify against you? But he gave them no answer. He gave him no answer. Why? He said, not even to a single charge. So that the governor was greatly amazed. He didn't even say nothing to everything they were saying about him. We found this woman, I married her, and she wasn't even a virgin. She wasn't even a virgin. They bringing up many accusations, and he ain't answering not a word. He said, here's the token of her virginity. And he said, and guess what? The man gets whipped. He said, why does this have to happen? Because all that stuff they were doing was wrong. Everything they were doing was wrong. And he had to bear it. He had to bear it all. Verse 15, now at the feast, the governor was accustomed to release for the crowd any one prisoner whom he wanted. And they had there a notorious prisoner called Barabbas. So, when they had gathered, Pilate said to them, whom do you want me to release to you, Barabbas or Yahushua, who is called Mashiach? For he knew that it was out of envy that they had delivered him up. That's the only reason they did it. Besides, while he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent word to him, have nothing to do with this righteous man, for I have suffered much because of him today in a dream. Now the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowd to ask for Barabbas to destroy Yahushua. The governor again said to them, which of the two do you want me to release to you? And they said, Barabbas. Pilate said to them, then what shall I do with Yahushua, who is called Mashiach? They all said, let him be crucified. And he said, why? What evil has he done? But they shouted all the more, let him be crucified. Let him be crucified. They said, what evil has he done? Let him be crucified. You know what Saul did? Because what did Saul say? Saul wanted to use the woman and deceit of the Philistines to get him killed. One time, Saul used a woman and the Philistines again to get him killed. A second time, let him be crucified. Let him be crucified. He used a virgin woman, and he used a woman that wasn't a virgin. And so Pilate saw that he was gaining nothing, but rather that a riot was beginning, and he took water and washed his hands before the crowd, saying, I am innocent of this man's blood. I am innocent of this virgin blood. I am innocent of this virgin's blood. Then guess what he said? See it to it yourselves. He said, I ain't defiling this virgin. I'm not going to be a part of this blood, this innocent blood, this virgin blood. Because this man not even crying out. You laying with a virgin in the city, because remember, he in the city. You laying with a virgin in a city, and he not even saying nothing. He not even crying out. So guess what's supposed to happen? Everybody's supposed to die. The man and the woman supposed to die. So Pilate like, I ain't dying. You do it yourselves. That's your stuff. And all the people answered, his blood be upon us and our children. His blood be upon us and our children. His innocent blood. His virgin blood. It says, then he released to them Barabbas, and having scourged Yahushua, delivered him to be crucified, to be violated even more. This Matthew 27:43. Now the governor's headquarters, they gathered the whole battalion before him, and they stripped him they stripped him and put on a scarlet robe, and twisting a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and put a reed in his right hand, and kneeling before him, they mocked him, saying, Hail, Malachah the Yahudim. They put him and mocked him, and put a scarlet robe signifying his virginity. And they spit on him and took a reed and struck him in the head. And when they had mocked him, they stripped him of his robe and put on his own clothes and led him away to be crucified. Why? Because now you violating this virgin man. You just struck him in the head. And he had on the scarlet robe. And then guess what? They put back on his own clothes while he's still bleeding. And guess what? He put his clothes on, and those clothes are being stained with the blood. Verse 32, and they went out and found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name, and they compelled this man to carry his cross. And when they came to the place called Golgotha, which means the place of a skull, they offered him wine to drink, mixed with gall. But when he had tasted it, he would not drink it. And when they had crucified him, they divided his garments among them, casting lots. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal for this virgin. Then they sat down and kept watch over him. And over his head they put his charge against him, which read, "This is Yahusha, the Malach of the Yahudim." Then two robbers who were crucified with him, one on the right hand and one on the left. That's why when Saul was on one side, Dawood was on the other. He was pursuing David. And when it looked like Saul was getting ready to overtake Dawood, Yahuwah sent a rumor. He sent the Philistines against his land, and he had to leave from pursuing Dawood, and they called it the Rock of Escape. And it says, and those who passed by derided him, wagging their heads and saying, "You who would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the son of Yahuwah, come down from the cross." So also the chief priests and the scribes, chief priests with the scribes. Right? Yeah, verse 40, and saying, "You who would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the son of Yahuwah, come down from the cross." So also the chief priests and the scribes and the elders mocked him, saying, "You who saved others, you cannot save yourself." It says, "He is the Malach of Yasharal. Let him come down from the cross, and we will believe in him." You know what Saul said? David inquired of Yahuwah, "Is Saul coming down?" He said, "Is Saul coming down?" He said, "Man, Saul's coming down. Will the people give me up in the city? They gonna give you up." It says, and he said he trusts in Elohim, that Elohim deliver him now if he desires him. Because he said, "Trust in Yahuwah, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths." He said, "Length of days and long life will be added to you." But guess what happens? For he said, "I am the son of Yahuwah." And the robbers who were crucified him reviled him in the same way. They did the same thing. Matthew 27:45 through 56. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over the land until the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour Yahushua cried out with a loud voice, "Aliyah, Aliyah, lama sabachthani," as it is, "My Elohim, my Elohim, why hast thou forsaken me? Why you forsook me?" He said, "Why you gave me up?" He said, why you forsook me? Because he said, when you look at him being given over to be violated for 30 pieces of silver. But he said, "Why you forsook me? Why you gave me up? Why you didn't refuse to give me over to this person who violated me?" So he said the father refused and he had to pay the price, but he didn't refuse. He said, "You gave me up. You gave me up to these people." But he said the son, he said, if a man finds a betrothed virgin and he lies with her, or if a man finds a virgin and she's not betrothed and he lies with her, he must pay the bridal price to the father. But if the father refuses to give her to him, then the father has to pay the price. But he was like, "Why you gave me up?" He said, "Why you gave me up to be the father?" And some of the bystanders hearing it said, "This man is calling for Aliyah." And one of them once ran a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it in a reed and gave it to him to drink. But others said, "Wait, let's see whether Aliyah will come and save him." And Yahushua cried out again with a loud voice and yielded the ruah. Why do you think he crying out twice? He crying out for the woman who didn't cry out when she was lay with the man, and she was betrothed virgin, and they were in the city, and she didn't cry out, guess what? They both had to be put to death. Why do you think he's being put to death? Because she didn't cry out. Why do you think he crying out? Because she didn't cry out. And then you had a woman in the field, and a man find her and lay with her, because Yahushua was in the garden when they came and got him. And he lay with her, and guess what happens? And she cried out, but there was nobody to help him. Why do you think he's saying, my Elohim, why has thou forsaken me? Because there's nobody to help him. Then only the man shall die. Why do you think he's getting ready to die now? For the man who did that. Why do you think he's dying right now? Why do you think he cried out twice? One for the woman who did not have who cried out and didn't have nobody to help him, and one for the woman who didn't cry out because she committed adultery. And she was a betrothed virgin, and she lay with a man, and he has defiled another man's wife. Why do you think he's doing it? Because if you lie with a woman and she not betrothed and she a virgin, he said you got to pay the bridal price. Why do you think he's paying the price right now? He's paying the bridal price for all the people who never paid the bridal price. All the men who never paid the bridal price. That's why he's being defiled right. That's why he's dying right now. For all the men who never did it. He's taking on all the debt. He laid on him the iniquity of us all. For all the men and teenagers and all those who took the virginity of another daughter, a virgin daughter, and never paid the bridal price for that daughter, or never even approached the father to even offer to pay the bridal price, that he may either refuse or accept. And he cried out again. He was saying, "Why did David evade him twice? Why do you think David evaded Saul twice? Why do you think Saul tried to set David up twice? Why do you think he cried out twice? Why do you think David inquired of Yahuwah twice when he fought the Philistines, and when Saul was coming to pursue him twice when he had the evil spirit on the inside? Why do you think he cried out twice? Because it's of Yahuwah. It's fixed, just like Yusuf, the Pharaoh's dream. It's fixed, and Yahuwah is surely to bring it to pass." Verse 51 says, "And behold, the curtain of the temple was torn in two, from top to bottom, and the earth shook, and the rock split, and the tombs were open. And the men's bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the Qahalath city and appeared to many. And the centurion and those who were with him, keeping watch over Yahushua, saw the earthquake. When they saw it took place, they were filled with awe and said, 'Truly, this was the son of Yahuwah, Elohim Yahuwah.'" This is Yuchanan 19:28. "And after this, Yahushua, knowing that all had finished, said, to fulfill the scripture, 'I thirst.' A jar of sour wine stood there. So they put a sponge and filled it with sour wine and hyssop and held it to his mouth. And when Yahushua had received the sour wine, he said, 'It is finished.'" He's like, "It is finished." He's like, "It is finished." All the things he violated, they violated him, they beat him in the head with a reed, they smacked him, they put a crown of thorns on his head, they paid 30 pieces of silver, the bridal price. All these things took place. Everything took place. Because Yahushua said in Yuchanan chapter 10, he said, "I and my Father are one." Because he said, because you know what happens if the father, if the father refuses to pay the bridal price, if the father refuses to give his daughter over to that son that wants to marry her and pay the bridal price, guess what happens? Then the father has to pay equal to the same value of the bridal price. But somebody has to pay the price for this virgin being defiled. He said, "It is finished," and he gave it the Ruach. Bereshit 2:1. "Thus the Shamayim and the earth were finished, and in the on the in all the hosts of them, and on the seventh day, the Shabbat on the seventh Yom or Shabbat Yom, Elohim finished his work that he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work that he had done. He rested on the seventh day. Why do you think after 7 years, what did Yaakov get? He got his bride. He got his bride. And he said, fulfill the week, that's 7 days, and I'll give you recall too. Fulfill this one's week, fulfill the wedding feast of this bride, and I will give you recall. And then he labored another 7 years after that. He said, it is finished. Because somebody has to pay the broader price. And guess what it says? And Elohim finished his work that he had done. And he rested the Shabbat day from all his work that he had done. So Elohim barak the seventh day and made a Qahalath, because on it Elohim rested from all his work that he done in creation. He finished it. He finished it. Why do you think? It's just like a man after he finishes, how you say, violating a woman. He's done now. She's finished. It's done. After he defiled the virgin, he's like, it is finished. I'm done. And guess what happens after that? This Bereshit 1:26-27. And now he said, right? You look at all that. Let us make Adam in our own image and after our own likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the Shamayim, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over everything that creeps upon the earth. So Yahuwah Elohim created man in his own image, and the image of Elohim he created him. Males, Zakar, and female, Nakabah, he created them. Bereshit, Genesis 2:7-9. Then Yahuwah Elohim formed Adam from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living creature. He made them male and female. He created them in his image and likeness, male and female. What happens after a man has intercourse with a woman? You create children. You create children. But right here it says male Zakar and female Nakabah, right? So when they came out, when he made a male and female, and guess what happens? He made these are virgins. These are virgins. These are virgins. These are virgins. He said Yahuwah finished all his work that he had done in creation. Matter of fact, when Yahuwah said all is done, he said it is finished. He said it is finished. He said, Bereshit 2:7-9. Then Yahuwah Elohim formed Adam from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living creature. And Yahuwah Elohim planted a garden. So after he made man from the dust of the ground and made him a living creature, and he planted a garden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground Yahuwah made spring up every tree that is pleasant and good for food. Why? Because when virgins get up, when virgins are born, or you mean when somebody is born again, Yahuwah said, this is what you eat. He said, this is what you eat. Right? The word for the ground is Adama. All those who are born from the Adama. That means redness. What color is blood? Blood is red. The earth. Ground. Land. Plot of land. Place on the ground. The ground. Earth visible surface. All this is a part of what? All this is a part of the Adama. The redness of the ground. Right? This is Shemuth Exodus 4:8-9. If they will not believe you, Yahuwah said, or listen to the first sign, they may believe the latter sign. That's why when Yahushua cried out twice, they believe the first sign, surely they'll believe the latter sign. It's like Saul tried to set up David. The first time he didn't keep his word and give him his daughter. The second time, surely they believe the latter sign. He gave him the virgin daughter. I think he brought the blood of the Philistines. He gave him a virgin daughter who has not known a man. They don't believe the first sign, they believe the second sign. Just like the men, when David inquired of Yehuda to fight the Philistine, he said, us in Yehuda, we are afraid in Yehuda. And David inquired of Yehuda again. If they don't believe the first sign, I told you, I praised Yehuda. He said he's going to give it into our hands. And then the second time he prayed, after they were afraid, because they didn't believe the first sign, surely, he said, surely going to be the second one. And after he prayed the second time, then they went up and fought the Philistines. He gave him into their hand. And then Saul was coming to pursue David after that. And he inquired of Yehuda again. Well, is Saul coming down? He's like, yes, Saul's coming down. He said, are the people going to give me up? Yep, the people are going to give you up. And guess what happened? Then David left. But it says, if they will not believe even these two signs, or listen to your voice, you shall take some water from the Nile and pour it on the ground. And the water you shall take from the Nile will become like blood on the ground. Why? It's just like innocent blood. It's like, how they say, the virgin blood, or the virgin land that Adam was formed from. Because when he was formed from the dust of the ground, he was a virgin. He was a virgin. He had not known any other Elohim. When he said male and female, they were virgins. This is Ukanan 19:31-35. Since the day of preparation, and since it was the day of preparation, so that the bodies would not remain on the cross on the Shabbat, for the day was a high Shabbat, the Yahudim asked Pilate, the Jews asked Pilate that their legs might be broken, that they might be taken away. So the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first, and the others said, the others who had been crucified with him. But when they came to Yahusha, they saw that he was already dead. They did not break his legs, right? But one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear. And at once came blood and water. If they don't believe the first sign, they believe his latter sign. Let the water come out. Let the water come out of the Nile and hit the ground, and it would turn into blood on the ground, signifying the Adamah that man was made from. They were made from the Adamah, just like Adam was formed from the Adamah, and he was shaped, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Guess what happens? You have to be born from that same Adamah, and formed and shaped from that very same Adamah. And you have to become a virgin, just like Adam was when he was formed and shaped from the Adamah in the beginning. And by being formed and shaped from the Adamah that was in the beginning, he said, okay, then he put you back in the garden. And guess what he says? He allowed everything to spring up, the trees that was good for food. Because if you can't understand earthly things, there ain't no way you can understand spiritual things. He's literally putting Adam back into the garden to eat plants again. As a virgin. Both male and female. As a virgin. He said, out came blood and water. Why? Because it's signifying virginity. Why do you think he pierced in the side? When a man lays with a woman, he penetrates her, and then what happens? Out comes blood and water. It's signifying his virginity. Where do the tokens of his virginity fall? On the ground. The tokens of virginity is on the ground. It's right there on the ground. That's the tokens of virginity. He said, well, how do you know? And he said, go to all the earth. He spread it out throughout the whole earth. That's the tokens of virginity. He said the red clay, or the redness of the ground. That's the tokens of virginity. It's spread throughout the whole earth. All the elders and priests and teachers, it's spread throughout the whole earth. This is Matthew 27:3. Then when Yehuda, his betrayer, saw that Yahushua was condemned, he changed his mind and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders, saying, I have sinned in betraying innocent blood. I have sinned in betraying virgin blood. I betrayed virgin blood. So now he want to give back. He said, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want the money anymore. I don't want it anymore. But you know what happens when you defile a virgin? What happens when you defile a virgin? And she wasn't betrothed. What happens? You can't put her away all the days of your life. You can't divorce her all the days of your life. You can't renege on that. You pay the bride price. You defile a virgin and you pay the bride price. And guess what? You accepted the payment. The father accepted the payment. You can't give it back. Once the father pays the price. Because what happens when the father refuses to take the bride? Well, the father refuses to give her back to you, or give it to you. He got to pay the price. So why do you think he's going to the chief priest to give him the money back? And they refuse him. Because if they refuse, then the father has to pay the price. Because then now the father has to pay the price. Because they refusing to accept the money. Because he said, I betrayed innocent blood. Because according to the Torah, he said, if the father refuses to give her to you, then the father has to pay the price equal to the same price of the virgin. And they said, what is that to us? See to it yourself. We ain't giving you our daughter. We ain't giving it to you. And throwing it down the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed, and he went and hanged himself. Why? We're not giving you our daughter. You defile innocent blood. We ain't giving it to you. He said, if the father refuses to give it to you, then the father has to pay to equal the price. And guess what happens? But the chief priest, taking the pieces of silver, and said, it is not lawful for them to be put in the treasury, since it is blood money. Why? He said, if the father refuses to take the money for the bride and refuses to give it to her, then the father has to pay equal the price. So they took counsel and brought with them the potter's field as a burial for the strangers. Therefore, the field has been called the field of blood to this day. They took the money and bought a field with it. And they call it the field of blood, with the blood money that they say defiled the virgin with. Because remember, when the virgin was defiled in the field, and she cried out in the field, and there was nobody to save her, then the man shall die. Why do you think you should die? Why do you think they call it a field of blood? Because the virgin was the virgin that was violated in the field. Why do you think they call it a field of blood? It's for the virgin that was defiled in the field. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken by the Nabi Yirmiyahu. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of him of whom the price had of whom a price had been set for some of the sons of Yasharal, and they gave them the potter's field as Yahuwah directed me. Right? It's Shamuth 22:16. If a man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed, going back there, because she ain't betrothed. Because if she was betrothed, they both shall die. Why do you think Yahushua had to die? Why do you think he formed Adam when the blood hit the ground after it pierced in the side, came blood and water? What was that signifying? Adam. both male and female. Why? Because it's for those two men, that man and that woman, the one that was betrothed, and she was a virgin, and she lied with another man. And guess what happens? They both shall die. They both shall die. It's like a man who violated his neighbor and lay with his neighbor's wife. He said they both shall die. Why do you think they kept crowns of thorns on his head, just like Adam? Thorns and thistles. Why do you think when Kua was in the garden and Satan came and lay with her and defiled her, and guess what? And she got her, and guess what happened with her husband? He partook too, and they both died. Why do you think Yahushua had to die? Why do you think he had to redeem you by his blood? Right? It says right here. It says, if a man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. That's what he's supposed to do. You seduce the virgin, you betrothed, and you lie with her, and guess what? You got to pay the bride price. If her father utterly refuses to give her, he shall pay equal the bride price. That's why Yahushua said, I'm my father one. You got to pay equal to the bride price. Why do you think Judas tried to get the money back? He tried to give the money to the father, and the father said nope. The elders and the teachers and the scribes say nope. We're not giving them back to you. What do you mean? We're not giving him the virgin back to you. We're not giving you the virgin. You defiled the virgin. We're not accepting it. We refuse to give you our daughter. And guess what happens? Now the father has to pay the price. That's why Yahushua said, I'm my father one. This Bereshit 4, 9 through 10. Then Yahuwah Elohim said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And Yahuwah said, what is this you have done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. The innocent blood, the virgin blood. Because Abel was a virgin, Abel was a virgin too. He was a virgin too. Just like Adam and Kua were virgins. Just like Yitzhak was a virgin. And Rebecca was a virgin. And Yaakov was a virgin. Just like David was a virgin. They were virgins. They didn't have intercourse till they were married. They all were virgins. He said, your voice, the innocent blood is crying from the ground. That virgin blood is crying from the ground. What do you think all of the tokens of Yahuwah's virginity? You'd be like, man, we found him not a maid. How you gonna say that? He was a virgin. Because you can see that red soil is everywhere. That red clay is everywhere on the earth. You can find it. His tokens of virginity is everywhere. It's here. The evidence is here. See what the token of your virginity? It's right there on the ground. It's crying from the ground. This is Ukanan 3, 1 through 12. Now there was a man of the Pharisees and the Nicodemus, a ruler of the Yahudim. This man came to Yahushua by night and said to him, Teacher, we know that you are a teacher come from Yahuwah, for no man can do these signs unless Elohim is with him. If you don't believe the first sign, surely it'll be the second sign. If you don't believe the second sign, let blood flow from the Nile and let water flow from the Nile and hit the ground and let it become blood on the ground. Matter of fact, let it cry from the water too. Let it maybe be an evidence of the token of my virginity. Of Yahushua Mashiach's virginity. Let it be the token of the virginity of the woman you accused and said I wasn't a virgin. Matter of fact, I'll be whipped for it too. Matter of fact, I'll die even for the man. Even if it was true, I'll die. Even for the woman who was in the field and who was defiled. And yet she cried out with nobody to help her. My father, my Abba, why have you forsaken me? Matter of fact, I'll do it for even a woman who was in the field, in the city with the man. He lied with her, and she ain't cry out. I'll cry for her, and I'll die for her too. Matter of fact, I'll die for the woman who was not betrothed, but yet, guess what? Whose blood was on the man? The virgin, innocent blood. Because he said he violated her. He shall pay the bride price, and he shall not put her away all his days. That's why Judas couldn't put it away. He's like, you can't put this away. You can't put it away all your days. You violated a virgin. You can't put her away all your days. You can't divorce her all your days. Why do you think he was trying to get her money back? Why do you think they wouldn't accept it? Right. So this man came to Yahushua by night and said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher come from Yahuwah, for no one can do these signs except Elohim be with him. And Yahushua said to him, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the Malkuth of Yahuwah. Unless you're born again from the Adama, through the blood of Yahushua Mashiach, you can't see the Malkuth. You gotta be born again, shaped again, and breathe into your nostrils the breath of life, and you shall receive the gift of, they say, breathe in your neshama, the creative intellect of Yahuwah. He said, you can't even see it. Nicodemus said to him, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? What happens when a child is born into the world, when he comes out of his mother's womb? Just like when you pierce a man in his side, came blood and water. What comes out? Blood and water. Blood and water comes out. He said, you telling me you got to enter into his mother's womb? He don't even know. He don't even know. Yahushua answered, truly, truly, I said to you, unless one is born of water and of the Ruach, he cannot enter the Malkuth. Why do you think came blood and water? He said, the water from the Nile hit the ground, and it would become just like blood on the ground. Then Elohim said, let us make Adam in our own image. And Yahuwah, Elohim, formed Adam from the dust of the ground, the Adama, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became living again. It says, he cannot enter the Malkuth of Yahuwah. You can't even enter back into the Malkuth, the kingdom of Yahuwah. That which is born of flesh is flesh. That's one. And that which is born of the Ruach is another. Do not marvel at this. I said you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear the sound, and you do not know where it comes and where it goes. So is everyone who is born of the Ruach. So how did he raise up when Yahuwah formed Adam from the dust of the ground? How did he form it from the dust of the ground? He did it with water, the Adama, blood and water. And by doing that, then he breathed into his nostrils the Ruach, the wind, the Ruach, and it became a living soul. And Nicodemus said, how can these things be? You should answer him, are you a teacher in Yahshua and you do not understand these things? Truly I say to you, we speak what we know and bear witness that we have seen, but you do not receive our testimony. If I have told you earthly things, right? Wind, water, right? Adama, blood, a virgin being defiled, that's betrothed. A virgin being defiled, that's not betrothed. A young woman in the field that's defiled, and she cried out and there's nobody to help her. A father who refuses to give his daughter over to a man who has defiled her and violated her, then he has to pay the price. If I told you earthly things, and you do not believe them, how can you believe if I tell you heavenly things, spiritual things, unseen things? You can't even believe this. You can't even believe this. For the hardness of your heart, this thing was not so. But from the beginning, it was from the hardness of your heart, he wrote you this precept. From the beginning, it was not so. You couldn't put away that wife, even if you found her, if she wasn't a virgin. But from the beginning, it was not so. Adam and Yahuwah were formed from the dust of the ground. And Yahuwah breathed in his nostrils and became a breath of life. They were virgins. Then Satan came and defiled her. And then he partook, and they both died. And guess what happened with Adam and Yahuwah? Yahuwah said, Satan, you're going to eat the dust of the ground. Matter of fact, serpent, you're going to eat that Adam. I'm going to make you eat that red clay. Serpent. And then guess what, Adam and Yahuwah? In pain you shall bring forth children, blood and water. And your longing shall be to your husband, and he shall have desire you. And Adam, thorns and thistles, a crown of thorns on his head. And guess what Adam couldn't do? He couldn't put away Yahuwah all the days of his life. He couldn't put away Eve all the days of his life. And he said, you're gonna labor in the soil, and you from the earth, from the plants you're gonna eat, and you're gonna die. For dust thou art, and dust thou shalt return. And he couldn't put her away all the days of his life. From the beginning, it was not so. Because once you're bound in a virgin marriage, he said you can't put her away all the days of your life. You can't put her away all the days of your life. He said, if I tell you earthly things, verse 12, you do not believe, how can you believe if I tell you heavenly things? This Aleph Kaf, Peter 1:18, knowing that you were ransomed by your futile ways inherited from your forefathers, you were ransomed, not with perishable things as silver and gold, because that's what you paid for the bridal price. That's what you paid to pay the price for a bride. You paid shekels, silver, gold, to pay the bridal price. If she was defiled and she wasn't betrothed, you would have to pay silver and gold. You have to pay bridal price. You did that. That's how you would make everything right. You would pay the ransom. That's what it was. It was a ransom for the actual act. Because it's like you're kidnapping somebody and then you're paying the ransom. But it says right here, but he said not with from silver and gold, but with the precious blood of Yahushua Mashiach. That's how you were ransomed. That's how you were paid for, to get you back. When somebody pays a ransom, they pay the money to get you back. In order for me to get you back, you had to violate a virgin. You had to violate virgin blood. And it had to spill on the ground. And it had to cry from the ground. You had to shed innocent blood. You had to violate innocent blood. That's what happens when you lay with a virgin. You shed innocent blood. That's why you have to pay the price for shedding innocent blood. But guess what? But with the precious blood of Mashiach, like a lamb without blemish or spot, he was foreknown before the foundation of the world, but was made manifest in these last times for your sake, for the sake of you, who through him are believers in Yahuwah, who raised him from the dead and gave him kabod, so that your amunah and hope are in Elohim Yahuwah. That's the only reason he did it. This Romans 5:6-11. For while we were still weak, at the right time Mashiach died for the unrighteous. For one will scarcely die for a righteous person, though perhaps for a good person would dare to die. But Yahuwah shows his love for us, that while we were still sinners, Mashiach died for us. So who was supposed to die when a betrothed virgin was laid with a man in the city? And she ain't cry out. Both of them were supposed to die, both male and female. But Yahushua died for you. Who was supposed to die if a man lay and go in the field and lay with a woman, and she cried out, was nobody to save him? The man was supposed to die, but Yahushua died for you. Who was supposed to die? Who was supposed to pay the price if a man lay with a betrothed woman and violates her? Whose blood atoned for the man who died, who violated her? The woman's blood did. The innocent blood did. And who had to pay the price? The man did. But guess what Yahushua said? I'll pay the price. I'll be the innocent blood that was violated. I'll be the seducing one. I'll be the one being seduced in the garden. Just like cool. It says, since therefore we have not been justified by his blood, much more we have been saved from the wrath of Yahuwah. For if while we were enemies, we were reconciled to Yahuwah by the death of his son, much more we are reconciled. Much more now that we are reconciled, shall we be saved by his life. More than that, we also rejoice in Yahuwah through our Master Yahushua Mashiach, through whom we now have reconciliation. We can now reconcile. Because now you're justified by his blood, and you can now reconcile. Because by his blood, you can now reconcile back to your Father. You can now reconcile. This is Bereshit 2:18 through 25. Then Yahuwah Elohim said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper fit for him, a czar. He said, you were ransomed by your futile ways, by the precious blood of Yahushua Mashiach. Who was reconciled? It says, now out of the ground, Yahuwah Elohim formed every beast of the field and every bird of the Shamayim, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. He formed them from the Adamah. He formed them from the Adamah. Why do you think he's talking about the dead in Mashiach shall rise first? He formed them from the Adamah. From the red clay. He formed them from the Adamah. He said every beast of the field is Shamayim, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man, Adam, called every living creature, that was his name. And the man gave names to all livestock, and to birds of the Shamayim, and every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper, a czar, fit for him. It was not found somebody compatible for him. Why? Because he formed Adam from the dust of the ground, the Adamah. He formed him a virgin. Adam was a virgin, formed from the Adamah. And it says, so Yahuwah Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon man, Adam, and while he slept, he took one of his ribs, his selah, and closed up his flesh, closed up his place in his flesh. What happens when you pierce Yahushua in the side, came blood and water? And he said he closed up his flesh. And the rib that Yahuwah Elohim taken from man, he made into a Isha, and brought her to the man, and the man said, at last, this is bone of my bone, a stem of stem, and flesh of my flesh. That was born of flesh is flesh. And that was just born of the spirit is ruach is ruach. And she shall be called woman, Isha, because she was taken out of the man, because she was inside the man. She was hid inside of the man. She was hid inside of him. Therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become a Echad Basar. And Adam knew his wife, and they were naked, and they were not ashamed. Naked I came out of the world, and naked I'm going to leave. Naked I came into the world, and naked I'm going to leave. Why? Because they just came into the world. They are naked. And guess what? They were not going to leave. They were immortal right here. Oh, you mean they were born into the world? But guess what? Now you gotta be, he said, born again. You gotta be born again from the Adamah. Born again from the red clay, from the red soil. Born again. Because when they were born here, they were virgins. These are virgins. They're virgins. Why do you think he's talking about you are justified by his blood to be reconciled to him, to be put right back in him? You're justified by his blood to be put back in him, because now you're formed from the clay, the Dhamma again. You can be put back into the very person you came out from. Right, this 2 Corinthians 11:1. I wish that you would bear with me a little in my foolishness. Do bear with me, for I feel a divine jealousy over you, for I betrothed you, because you're betrothed now. You know how it talks about a betrothed? If a virgin that's betrothed is in the field, what happens when a virgin is betrothed in the field? Or a virgin is betrothed, and she lie with a man and she don't cry. What happens? They both shall die. Since you are betrothed to one husband, because you already betrothed to one husband, he said it's like you violated your neighbor's wife. You lay with another man's wife. You are betrothed now. You are betrothed to one husband to present you a pure virgin to Yahushua Mashiach. So he literally, like, I'm going to present you to Yahushua Mashiach, who presented the rib to Adam. Yahuwah did. He's presented a pure virgin to Adam. Something that is fit for him, suitable for him, proper for him. He presented a pure virgin to you, Adam. That's the only thing that's proper for Adam, was a pure virgin. Because the father was presenting the daughter to the son as a pure virgin. And he's like, and then guess what? When the son find out, if you ain't no virgin when he come, he gonna be like, I found this woman and she not even a virgin. And he gonna be like, this is the token of her virginity. He said, I found her no virgin. This ain't even no tokens on here that she's a virgin. She been with another man before she was actually able to be with me. And you promised her to me in a certain period of time, just like Saul did. And when the time came, she wasn't a virgin. And I paid the price for her. My precious blood. He said, I'm supposed to present you a pure virgin to Yahushua Mashiach, but I am afraid that as the serpent deceived Yahuwah in his cunning, that your thoughts, what happened to Saul's thoughts? He was thoughts evil against his brother. He said, your thoughts. He was giving orders that with an evil spirit to get Daud to fall. He said, your thoughts will be led astray from sincere and pure devotion to Mashiach. So your pure devotion is not in you. That was born of flesh is flesh. That's just born of the Ruach is Ruach. Your Ruach is in your mind, your thoughts, your Makashri, your Yetzer. And your thoughts and your Yetzer has to have pure devotion and sincere pure devotion to Mashiach, or you're going to be a defiled virgin. Because Satan sows seeds in your mind. You now become the prey. Right, this is 1 Corinthians 6:16. Or do you not know that he who is joined to a prostitute becomes one with her? For it is written, the two shall become one flesh. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of Ruach is Ruach. But he who is joined to the master has become one Ruach with him. Flee from sexual morality. Why? That's adultery and fornication. Why? Because it's coming to defile you. Just like a virgin has to run to keep her purity and virginity in the world, this world today. She got to run for her life. The same way when somebody tries to defile your inward man, your inner being, your soul, your inner spirit, your mind, your thoughts, you have to be the same way within yourself. You have to run from sexual immorality. You have to run from fornication, adultery. These are physical and non-physical. You have to run away from pornography. You have to run away from all types of things. You got to run away from it. Every other sin is a person commits is outside the body, but sexual moral person sins against his own body. Do you not know that your body is the temple of the Kudash Ruach, whom you have from Yahuwah? You are not your own. You were bought with a price. They paid the bridal price. I paid the bridal price for a virgin, and that's what I'm expecting to get. I paid the bridal price for a virgin, and that's what I'm expecting to get. I'm not expecting to have a defiled woman. So now you have to run away. You have to flee and run from sexual morality, fornication, worshiping other gods, worshiping other beings, even worshiping yourself. Because your thoughts have to have pure devotion to Yahushua Mashiach. So, Kabod Yahuwah in your body. In your body. He said, for your life is hid in Mashiach Yahushua. For Mashiach, who is your life, appears, you will appear with him in the same Kabod. Where was the life of Adam? What does Yahuwah's name mean? Life giver. The life was in his body, but when the life appeared, you too also shall appear with him. When Yahuwah presented Yahuwah to Adam, the life appeared to him. Eve appeared in front of Adam. The life appeared in front of him, and they appeared with him in kabod, in glory. Right? All that's a part of it. Right? This is Yeshayahu 59:15. Truth is lacking, and he who departs from evil, Ra, makes himself a prey. Why? You become a prey. Now you become pure. It's like a pure virgin. You become a pure virgin. Aleph Kaf is by the precious blood of Mashiach. This Kaf. 5 and 8. Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the Satan, prowls around like a roaring lion seeking someone to devour. Just in the open field, in the city. Like you want to be Barak in the city and Barak in the field. You want to be cursing the city and cursing the field. If you lay with a virgin, if you are defiled in the city or in the field, and you don't cry out, you defiled. You know, the right thing it says, cry loud, spare not, lift up your voice like a Turah, and show my people their transgression in the house their sin. Because you don't want to be defiled. If you're a virgin and you don't cry out, and somebody come and lay with you, or say somebody come and defile you with another god, Elohim, or another being, right? Or a demon or a shadim or anything like that, and you don't cry out. And you don't cry out and you don't spare not. You don't lift up your voice like a Turah, and you don't cry in the field, or you don't cry in the city, and you have consensual intercourse. You better cry out if you don't want to be defiled. If you really care about your virginity in your life, you'll cry out against that individual. Against. Why? And let people know this person defiled me. You defiled me. And it says, seeking whom it devour. 2 Timothy 2:19. But Yahushua Mashiach firm foundation stands bearing this seal. Yahuwah knows them that are his, and let everyone who names the name of Mashiach, the Master Yahushua, depart from iniquity. Why? Because when you depart from iniquity, you become prey for Satan, for the serpent in the garden, because he coming to defile you. Just like he defiled Kua, another man's Isha. That's the same thing he coming to do for you. It'll be just like you violated somebody's name. And then once you partake, then guess what? You go home and then guess what you do? It's like a woman commits adultery or fornication. She goes and commits adultery or fornication, and then she goes home and then she has her husband partake in that very same thing that she just encountered. And she's defiled, and now he partakes in it, and guess what he gets? The same disease. And now he dies. And that's all Satan wants to do. He wants to defile you. Naturally, Isha. And then spiritually, his bride, those who've been immersed into his name. Romans 6:1. What shall I say then? Shall we continue in sin that kind may abound? By no means. No way. You'll be defiled. You'll be a defiled virgin. How can we who have died to sin live in it? Do you not know that all of us that have been immersed into Mashiach Yahushua were immersed into his death? Why were you immersed into his death? So you can be married to him. So you can be married to another, because you weren't compatible with him. He only could marry a virgin because he was formed from the Adamah and he was made a virgin. And then when he formed and shaped him and breathed in his nostrils the breath of life and he resurrected on the third day, the only person he could be married to was a virgin. Which means you had to take on that same death. Just like Qahalath was formed from that same Adamah and she was a virgin before she was defiled by Satan in the garden. You have to take on that same death, bride of Mashiach. And by doing that, by being immersed, now you become a virgin, and now you have to avoid Satan and run for your life, because all he's trying to do is defile your mind. It says, we were buried with him, therefore, we were buried, therefore, with him by immersion into death. When you buried in immersion by the death, what type of clay, what type of soil? Red soil, red clay, and then you resurrect and formed and shaped from the Adamah, and then guess what? He breathed into your nostrils the Ruach, and guess what happens? You become a living being, living soul again. Guess what it says? In order that just as Mashiach was raised from the dead, from the Adamah, by the kabod of the Father, who formed Adam from the Adamah? From the red clay? Yahuwah did. You too might walk in newness of life. You might walk in newness of life. The same newness of life that he did. Newness of life. How you say? You're a virgin. By the Ruach. In the inward man. And Satan's coming, just like he did Qahalath. When she was formed and shaped in the dawn, he coming to defile you. Because we weren't compatible with Yahushua until one was immersed. And then once you was immersed, then now you be compatible with him. You're now able to join with him. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. You've taken on the same death that I did. So therefore now you are redeemed, not with corruptible things, silver and gold, with precious blood. Colossians 3, 1 through 4. If you then have been raised with Mashiach, seek those things which are above, where Mashiach is seated at the right hand of Yahuwah. Set your minds on things above and not on things on the earth. Why? Set your mind. He said, even as Qahalath, I'm afraid that he might defile your thoughts. So set your mind on things above. That's why the God of this world blind your eyes. He'll blind your mind on things not on the earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. When Mashiach, who is your life, appears, then you shall appear with him in kabod. He said, Yahushua is my life. You shall appear with him. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Ruach of my Ruach. Ruach of my Ruach. She shall be called Isha, my bride. It's Proverbs, mostly 16:31. Gray hair is a crown of kabod. It is gained through a righteous life. Whoever is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his Ruach than he that takes a city. Why do you think David was taking all those cities, and why do you think Shaul couldn't rule his Ruach? The lot is cast in the lap, but every decision is from Yahuwah. Why do you think every decision that David sought after was Yahuwah's decision, not his own? Why do you think Saul, everything in imagination and thought was all only to pursue Daud and spy on him? Wisdom of Shaloma, Kukmasli Shaloma, 4, 8 through 9. For honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time, nor that isn't measured in number of years, but wisdom is the gray hair unto men and women, and an unspotted life is old age, a virgin life. A virgin life. A virgin life is old age. You be ancient. He's saying new ways and seeing. Ask for the ancient way. What is a good one? When you find it, you find rest for your soul. When was the first rest? In the beginning. 6 days you labor, and the 7th you rest. When he formed Adam from the Adamah on the 6th day, and breathed his nostrils and put him in the garden and allowed things to spring up that was good for food. You can't understand earthly things. Ain't no way you can understand things of the world. Satan's whole job is to defile you. He gonna use the Isha, the bride, to do it. Why do you think he comes after the bride of Mashiach? both male and female. That's the bride of Mashiach. He come to defile you, so when Yahushua come, you be defiled. And he partake, and you partake it, and he partakes with you, and guess what? Then he becomes defiled. But that's not going to happen, but at the same time, that's his whole goal, just like it was in the beginning. Right. So this is Sirach 6, 18 through 19. My son, gather instruction from your youth, so shall I find wisdom in thine old age. Come unto her as one that ploweth and soweth, just like I'm going to plow and sow. Just like how he told Adam to plow and sow, and crown and thorns. And he said, from pain and suffering, you're going to till the ground and from the sweat of your sweat. And he said, dust thou art, and dust thou shalt return, just like that. Come to her just like plowing, one that ploweth and soweth, and wait for her good fruits. Just like you sow a seed and you plant a seed and you wait for fruits to grow. He said you got to wait. Come to her like you want to plow and sow it, then wait. For thou shalt not toil much in laboring about her, but thou shalt eat the fruits right soon. You're going to eat the fruits. Summertime going to be here. Eventually the sun is coming. The fruit is coming. The parah is coming. You just got to wait for the sun to reach, to come back. You got to wait for spring. Wisdom of Shalom 8, 1 through 16. Now when I consider these things in myself and ponder them in my heart, now that to be allied with wisdom is immortality. Is immortality. Just like Adam and Ka'u were formed from the Adamah. It's immortality to be risen up. It's immortality to be risen from the grave. It's immortality to be formed and shaped from the Adamah and placed in the Gan, and take on Yahushua's death, and to be immersed into his name and resurrected to newness of life, and to be just like it was in Adam in the garden before he partook of the sin of his wife, his Isha, that Satan defiled. Verse 18, and great pleasure, verse 18 said, and great pleasure it is to have her friendship. It's a pleasure. And in the works of her hands are infinite riches. And in the exercise of conference with her, prudence. He said, learn prudence. All those who fools learn prudence. And in talking with her, a good report. I went about seeking how to take her to me. He said, what do you mean? What do you got? He was seeking how I'm gonna get this wisdom to me. You're gonna have to pay the price. How you say? You're gonna have to pay the broader price. Matter of fact, you're gonna have to take on the death of the one who paid the price. You're gonna have to take on the death of the one who paid the price. You're gonna be immersed in Yahushua's name for the forgiveness of sins by his blood, and you receive, how you say it? You'll be immersed into his name by his blood through the Adamah, and then you'll receive life, the Ruach. And you breathe into your nostrils the breath of life, and you become a living being. And then you'll be able to be in the garden again. And he said, these are all the food you're supposed to eat too, to maintain it. That Satan will take over your mind and corrupt your body, and corrupt your inward parts and your thoughts. And people say, what is that? That could be parasites, that could be diseases, that could be all types of bacteria, that can be demons, shadim, that could be thoughts, evil thoughts, gossip, slander, rivalries, adultery, fornication, lying. All these are all a part of corruption. These are all things that defile the inward man and the outward man. All these are a part of it. Cleanse yourself from all filthiness of the flesh and ruach. This is both inwardly and outwardly. This is all a part of it. Because guess what? It's just like the beginning. You'll be just like the beginning. Aleph Yukanan 1, 224. That's what you heard from the beginning about in you. When Adam was a virgin. When he was formed from the Adamah. He was just like paying a broader price. Yahuwah did all the work. He formed from the Adamah. He was formed a virgin. He made somebody that was suitable for him was a virgin. And he put him in the garden to work it and keep it. And to eat plants of the field. And to name the animals and the creatures. And he formed even them from the Adamah. Everything was born again. Nothing was corrupted. Nothing was defiled. But Satan told Jarvis to defile everything again. That which you heard from the beginning abide in you. And what you heard from the beginning abides inside of you. In you. Written on the tablets of your heart. And frontly between your eyes. Inside of your body, your inward part, your kidneys and your liver and your mind, your mukashra, your yesser. Inside of your inner man, your inner mind. Then you too will abide in the Ben, the Son, the life of the house, and this Father, the strength of the house. You be in this Father, and the Son's house. You be in the house. He said, I go to prepare a place for you, that where I go, there you may be also. Luke 9:14. If I go to prepare a place for you, I will come and receive you to myself. You will dwell in my house. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it wasn't so, I wouldn't have told you. And this is the promise that he has made to us. Eternal life. Because when Mashiach, who is your life, shall appear, you shall appear also with him in Kabod. He said, for this is the promise of eternal life to those who believe. To those who believe and know the truth. But woe unto him who caused one of these little ones who believe in me to sin. It'd be better that a millstone be tied around your neck and you be cast in the depths of the sea. Because somebody got to pay the price for causing one of these, his virgin brides who believe in him, to sin. You take her by force and they don't cry out. Because Dinah was in the city. Dinah was in the city. And guess what? She probably cried out. It doesn't say. But they took her by force. They took her by force too. But at the same time, if you don't cry out, and you're a virgin of Mashiach, and you don't cry out against that person or people or group that defiled you, that caused you to sin, and guess what? It was consensual. It was consensual. And you both shall die. How you say? He said, woe unto you. But he said, that's the price you pay. He said, but we have an advocate with Yahushua Mashiach. Through Yahushua Mashiach, those who believe. But those who don't believe and you cause one of them to sin, he said, it'd be better for you that a millstone be tied around your neck and you be cast in the depths of the sea. For we look at the promise, we look at the knowledge and understanding of Yahushua Mashiach. Even as Matthew 18 says, he calls us his little ones, his children, his sons and his daughters, his virgin sons and daughters, right? Whom his bride of Mashiach as one, to be presented to Yahushua as a bride, as one. Covered in his blood and covered in the testimony of Yahushua Mashiach. Covered in his knowledge and understanding. For this is the promise unto eternal life. For the meek shall inherit the earth. The meek shall inherit the earth.